to everyone. We would like to extend our warm welcome to all the participants present here. The Amalgam 2.0 event, a 4-day international convention committed to connecting entrepreneurial stakeholders, is on its third day today. I am Pragya, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH, I would like to welcome and thank each one of you for becoming a part of this event and express gratitude for your presence. This event is also special because it celebrates the 4th anniversary of AIC BIMTECH. Entrepreneurship is more than just an engine of economic growth. It is also a factor that makes communities more vibrant, inclusive, and secure. President Obama highlighted entrepreneurship's transformative properties when he noted that it is the ability to turn an idea into reality, a new venture, a small business that puts rising economies on the path to prosperity and empowers people to come together and tackle our most pressing global problems, from climate change to poverty. These are but some of the reasons that AIC BIMTECH is working towards entrepreneurship and is doing what we can to promote it here in India and worldwide. Amalgam 2.0 by Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH is one such event featuring 60 plus speakers from 17 countries, 90 plus partners from entrepreneurial ecosystem, along with startups, aspiring entrepreneurs, and students. This day of the event is focused on empowering revenue-generating startups in the scaling up stage. To accelerate the development of such startups, it is important to make them aware of the opportunities that are available not just locally, but globally, and extend their worldview. As economies recover from the pandemic, a collaborative global approach is needed to ensure entrepreneurs who are leading the charge when it comes to regenerating jobs have access to the right capital at the right time, extend the geographic reach of our network, share deals, and learn good practices from others. Without further ado, please allow me to introduce and welcome Dr. Abha Rishi. Dr. Abha Rishi is the CEO at Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH and the chairperson for the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development. She is a senior faculty with 27 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship and international trade. She is a PhD, PhD, IBO, MFT, MIB, and holds an EEC honors from STVP Stanford University. She is among the few Indians to hold both a Chevening Scholarship from Said Business School, University of Oxford, UK, and a Fulbright Scholarship from India. She has 9 national and international awards to her name, with the latest one being the Global Women in Leadership Award 2021 by GCPIT. Now I would request Abha ma'am to address our guests and Amalgam and tell about AIC BIMTECH's journey so far. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pragya. A very good morning and a warm welcome to our chief guest of the day, Mrs. Ronnie Iridia Klein, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel in India, and our other honored guests, Mr. Yatin Thakur, Chairman Asia Global Entrepreneurship Network, and Mr. Chris Kyung Lee, Senior Advisor at Korea Institute of Startup and Entrepreneurship Development, who will be joining us very soon. My very special thanks to our speakers for this inaugural session for kindly accepting our request to join us here today. I also take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our 62 guest invitees who have or will be joining us from 17 different countries for their support and cooperation. On that note, let me introduce the theme for Amalgam. These days, great business ideas can come from anywhere, but to encourage them, we need to increase the breadth and depth of the entrepreneurial ecosystem by multiplying connections among entrepreneurs and mentors, improving access to entrepreneurial education, creating events and activities that bring together all the participants in the startup community. So in a series of activities to do this, Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH has been striving towards bridging the gap between the startups and the ideal ecosystem required for their growth. So in continuation with this drive, AIC BIMTECH is holding Amalgam 2.0, wherein entrepreneurship ecosystem enablers are invited together. Amalgam basically means a blending and a melding of various metals to create a new and a better composite. So here in this amalgam, we have brought together people from the government sector, the private players, and other ecosystem enablers who are dealing in the startup space. So they will discuss the issues, concerns, limitations that they face, and discover new synergies to move unitedly towards the common goal of strengthening startups. Throughout these 4 days, we have 20 sessions wherein the objective will be given an actionable shape. Each of these 4 days is focused on one particular stage of the initial journey. So the first day is about ideation, the second about prototyping, revenue generation and the initial support which is required. And the third day, which is today, is about market expansion and especially about global market expansion. And the fourth day, tomorrow, is about acceleration. Each of the sessions have been curated keeping in mind the theme for the day. So in the 4 years of its existence, AIC BIMTECH has interacted with more than 200,000 or 2 lakh, as we call it in India, potential entrepreneurs, sifted through more than 2,000 plus applications and has supported 174 incubatees. These incubatees have created 700 plus jobs and have won 25 awards. They have also raised nearly 11 crores in funding. Well, we as an incubator have also flipped the survival rate, and this is something that we are proud of. In the startup world, 7 to 8 startups out of 10 fail. In our incubator, we have had a 76% survival rate, and this is despite the pandemic times. So our action plan sees AIC BIMTECH as an important tool in the economic development of the area, as a means to create new job opportunities for the residents, create higher wage jobs, and contribute to the growth and success of emerging businesses. Ideally, businesses that graduate from the incubator move out into the community and contribute to the overall vitality and diversity of this area. So these businesses and the new jobs that they produce create wealth through various multiplier effects that ultimately benefits the community. So the dream is big, and we welcome all who have the desire and the commitment to join us in this journey to catalyze the ecosystem and create a new story. So with this, I again welcome our honored guests for the inaugural session. The chief guest of the day, Mrs. Ronnie Yedidia Klein, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel in India, Mr. Yatin Thakur, Chairman Asia Global Entrepreneurship Network, and Mr. Chris Kyung Lee, Senior Advisor at KeySed. So thank you for joining us here today. Thank you, and over to you, Pragya.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind introduction. And now it is our privilege and honor to welcome and introduce to you the chief guest of the day, Ms. Ronnie Yedidia Klein, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel in India. She began her diplomatic career in 1994 as a member of the prestigious Diplomatic Cadets Corps, specializing in administrative affairs. She has previously served as a counsel in the Consulate General of Israel in Istanbul, as Director of Administration in the Embassy of Israel in Moscow, as Deputy Consul General at the Consulate General of Israel to New England, and as Minister Counselor for Public Diplomacy at the Embassy of Israel to the UK. She's also held a variety of positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, headquarters in Jerusalem, as well as a tenure as Foreign Policy Advisor to the Ministry of Culture. I now welcome and request ma'am to please address our guests and touch on some light on the growing entrepreneurial collaborations and opportunities between India and Israel. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for that very kind introduction. And thank you, AIC BIMTECH, for inviting me to speak here at Amalgam 2.0. It's a great pleasure for me to try to represent the Israel startup nation, as Dr. Barishi mentioned the book before, to this distinguished audience. And I would like to thank Dr. Rishi for mentioning that before, and to also welcome Mr. Yatin Thakur and Chris Kyung Lee, my colleague from the Korea Institute of Startup and Entrepreneurship Development, who will be speaking later. As Dr. Rishi mentioned, the book Startup Nation, which came out, I think it was about 15 years ago, really sort of represents the ecosystem which has made Israel such a fruitful nation for startups, for entrepreneurs. It talks about the various elements of the ecosystem, elements which are very unique to Israel, but some of which are shared by other countries like India, and which I believe can be duplicated here and brought into the ecosystem of Indian entrepreneurship in order to help bring about a synergy between our two countries. The partnership between our countries is rooted in a very deep friendship, and it's based on mutual values, mutual interests, mutual challenges, and mutual solutions. We're celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relations this year during 2022, and we are very happy to see here at the embassy, we're very happy to see how this relationship has grown over the years, in both scope and in visibility. If about 30 years ago, 20 or 30 years ago, the relationship was mostly based on defense cooperation. Today, it's based on much more cooperation like we have here right now on the screen, which is based on innovation, which is based on academia, which is based on cooperation between the peoples. It's not just very one-sided anymore. It's a relationship which brings us together in many different ways and brings together the people of both of our countries, both in the lab, in the factory, in the field, and just in various other ways. A few weeks ago, a team from our embassy visited Atal University and BIMTECH, and they were very impressed with what they saw there and the people that they met. And I'm pleased to share that we're already working on a number of collaborations in the academia and innovation sectors, as I mentioned before. The embassy has strong relationships with quite a number of educational institutions across India, and we're hoping to strengthen these even more in the future. The future of humanity, I believe, depends on getting good education to everyone and on working together in order to do that, to bring the education to as many people as possible and to have people working together on innovation and on the various aspects of life, especially entrepreneurship and the economy. I've been asked to talk about the growing entrepreneurial collaborations and opportunities between India and Israel. As we mentioned before, Israel is the startup nation because in so many ways, modern day Israel is itself a startup. It's a country that emerged from the desert sands without any natural resources, facing difficulties and conflicts, and it used these conflicts and these necessities. I always say necessity is the mother of invention, in order to beat the odds and become a global leader in innovation. Our entrepreneurial spirit is rooted in the history of overcoming obstacles. And today, Israel is home to many pioneering startups backed by public sector support, strategic partnerships, and extensive domestic and international investment. Israeli innovators today are pushing the technological envelope in practically every sector, including cyber, medtech, autonomous driving, energy, machine learning, agri-tech, drones, aerospace, and more. We have Indians coming to Israel all the time to learn about all these various aspects of Israeli innovation, of the Israeli startup system, of the ecosystem that is Israel. We're sending some government officials this month in order to learn about agricultural innovation, in order to learn about drones being used in agriculture, in order to learn about later this year, people will be going to learn about Israeli innovation in water use and water conservation. These are all various aspects that, because of our need, our necessity, we've been able to form that ecosystem which supports innovation and to bring about various new inventions and new innovations. We are very strongly collaborating with India on this. Both countries have realized the central role that innovation has to play in any field. And when His Excellency Minister Jai Shankar visited Israel in October, we made sure to take him to see as many ecosystems of innovation as possible. He saw accelerators and incubators, and he met various Israeli and Indian innovators working in the field, working together in order to bring about a synergy, which makes things even bigger. Speaking of synergy, India and Israel have joined together with the UAE and the United States in order to form a new structural diplomacy and structural economic diplomacy between those four countries working together. It's just in its very early days, so it's hard to say which way this will go, but I do know that it'll go in the direction of innovation and improving the economies of all four countries. All four countries and the people of those four countries will benefit from this collaboration. There are so many opportunities for both of our countries to grow together. To mention just a few examples of success stories that we have had between our countries, we can see the partnerships between the Israeli NGO Startup Nation Central, named after the book, and I Create in Gujarat, which have partnered last year in a mentorship program to scale up 6 Israeli startups and to open the Indian market for them. We can also mention a current collaboration between Thai of Hyderabad and Israeli and Indian startups. This is a program where over 8 months in which mentors from both countries, businessmen from both India and Israel, mentor young startups from both countries again in the skills which they need in order to understand how to get into the markets and how to work together, how to improve their products and how to market to both as the markets and around the world. We have extensive ties in multiple sectors, from business and industry to IT, agriculture, and, as I mentioned before, innovative water management solutions. And we see more and more interest in both sides to collaborate. I mentioned water issues, how Israel has become a leader in innovation in the water field. We have desalination, we have reclamation of water, we have water conservation, all of very interesting innovative instruments for all of these fields. Today, Israel reclaims about 90% of its water for agricultural use. About over 70% of its water is desalinated water. And so it's a world leader in water use. We have here at the embassy a diplomat who's totally dedicated to collaborating with India on water issues. And this is something that we have been working very seriously on because we see it as something on which the future of India and the world is dependent. Another field is food tech. We work not only in agri-tech, but we also work in food security with India, and not only in agricultural fields, but also in the lab. We are working together in producing food in the field, but also in the lab, producing with Israeli innovations that are adapting their product to local needs, whether it's using a plant-based egg in a company called Zero Egg, or which promotes vegan food, or in another one which isn't quite so vegan, but it's using grasshoppers as an alternative for protein with a company called Khargol. So these are very interesting ways of helping India, working with India on food security issues, not just in the field, which we've been working very hard on. We have 30 centers of excellence around the country teaching the Indian farmers innovative ways to grow his produce, but we also have these lab-based or factory-based food security collaborations, which we're working on. Today, you mentioned, Dr. Rishi, that today is dedicated in this conference to scaling up. So part of the collaboration between our two countries does help Israeli entrepreneurs to scale up their business. Israel is limited in its capacity, in its factory capacities. It's also limited in its market. And this is something that working with India can help Israeli businesses, especially the startups, quite a lot, because you have not only the capacity for building whatever technologies the Israeli is inventing, but also working together in order to improve that technology for the Indian market and for the global market, and also the wonderful growing Indian market is something that I can't deny. It's very important to Israeli businesses. And one example of entrepreneurial collaboration is a company called Syngenta. This is an Indian online platform which helps small farmers to scale up with using Israeli technologies. And this is a perfect example of a successful partnership between our countries, which can only grow. Another sector, which in my opinion has a lot of potential still for growth, and I hope that maybe this is something that will be talked about during the seminar and in future explorations of collaboration, is the digital health sector. We have found over the past 2 years with COVID that there is ever more to do in that sector, that there's so much that we can do in order to improve our health systems in both countries and around the world. We've seen collaboration with Indian corporations like Reliance and Infosys, Tata, Apollo Hospitals, which have also started collaborating with Israeli startups. Other Israeli companies are providing innovative solutions to rapidly scaling Indian startups, and they're working together in order to do this. Another example of collaboration between our two countries is the formation of the India-Israel Industrial R&D and Technical Innovation Fund. It's called for short I4F, which is a cooperation between the Department of Science and Technology of India and the Israel Innovation Authority, which is part of the Ministry of Science in Israel. And this I4F fund promotes, facilitates, and supports joint industrial R&D projects between companies from India and Israel in order to address the challenges in a few agreed focus sectors. DST and the IIA have created a joint $40 million I4F fund with equal contributions from both sides over a period of 5 years. The fund aims to promote, facilitate, and support joint industrial R&D projects between our two countries, which would lead to co-development and commercialization of innovative technologies benefiting both countries. We are reaching the end of the 4-year or 5-year program for I4F, and there's still money left there. So I would encourage companies which are interested to contact our embassy in order to find out how they can take advantage of this, if they feel that they might be able to take advantage of it. I think it's a wonderful way to encourage innovation and collaboration between our countries. Through innovation, India and Israel have forged a very special partnership, which is not only strategic, but technological. Both countries know the value of development and its ongoing nature very well, and their capabilities and needs are complementary. There's great potential for collaboration between India and Israel, yet to be discovered, using technological innovations, accumulated experience, and an out-of-the-box approach, which both countries have. I hope that my very quick review of things happening between our countries and Israel's startup nation ecosystem has given you an idea of the different existing and possibilities for future collaborations which our countries can develop together. And I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the intriguing and remarkable address. We highly appreciate you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to participate in this event. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving along, I would like to invite Mr. Yatin Thakur, Chairman Asia Global Entrepreneurship Network, to speak a few words on the global startup ecosystem opportunities. He's a serial entrepreneur and an imagination enabler, founder of India Rath, India's largest borderless incubator and market access program, and founder of Co-working, India's first and most in-depth startup community-focused co-working platform. He's also, as I mentioned, Chairman Gen Asia, the leading voice of emerging Asian startups, stakeholders, policymakers on the world's largest global platform for startups. From being a farmer to working with the ecosystems at the fringe of development, Yatin is passionate about bringing ideas from across the spectrum to life. If you can imagine a business goal, Yatin can help you enable it. His deep-rooted understanding of the ecosystem on the ground, exposure to private plus public stakeholders has helped him enable more than 1,200 startups to date. Over to you, Yatin.
Hi, thank you so much, Pragya, for the introduction. Thank you, Ambassador Ronnie, for giving us insights about the Indo-Israel relationships. And with your permission, I would like to just give a quick overview about India and India's role on the global map. So what we have done and what we have achieved, we obviously know the whole Indo-Israel, UAE and US partnership. Somehow we all have been a key part of it because we have been involved in developing the entrepreneurship ecosystem in India right from its inception stage. I've personally been involved with the startup community for about 19 years now, and I started supporting founders 10 years back when I started running the grassroots movement called Startup Weekend. So from that point till now, what we have seen is a big emergence in the whole movement. It was very difficult for us to convince people to start up and consider starting up or being an entrepreneur as a career option. To today, when you have large institutions like BIMTECH setting up a full-fledged incubation arm and having a strong focus on building more entrepreneurs rather than motivating them to look for jobs. So today, as we transition into, I would say, Startup 2.0, or I don't know, Startup 3.0, as people are talking about Web 3.0, there has been a big focus on India, and we saw its support in the last 2 years with the emergence of probably 70 plus unicorns coming just out of India. For us, Israel and America have been our role models, and we were always inspired by Israel on how they were able to produce so many unicorns from such a small territory. So we thought we really need to do something about it. And I think Indian founders have really gone out of the way to prove that they can be innovative and they can solve business problems. Most of the unicorns are actually picking up some of the large issues, and today they are solving it through some simplified technology tools. We have seen that emerging out in the pandemic with the way education is imparted now. It took us probably 15 years to prove that. I started my ed tech company in 2007, where we were talking about e-learning and making distance education more accessible, but probably people didn't understand it back then. There were challenges. There was no infra. To now where we have Byju's leading the way and acquiring most of the larger educational institutions in the country. We have seen a big consolidation happening in the healthcare sector. There are larger groups, and there is heavy investment coming from foreign entities like KKR into bigger groups like Max, Manipal. I know Narayan Healthcare is doing some fabulous work in South. So that's what India is all about. So India is attracting investments. But what I would like to share more is that today, what we are doing with the work we have been doing around entrepreneurship, we are motivating Indian founders to go global. The differentiation point between us and the US or Israel was you were building stuff for the world, but mostly Indians were building stuff for India, right? Considering there is a captive audience. But today we feel India is capable to play a big role in global innovations. It can be the manager or the provider of innovative solutions. What we have done in the IT tech era with the development, with the back office, with data entry stuff today, India is becoming the brewing ground for startups, not only to service themselves, but to service the world, where the innovations are coming out of here, innovations are being developed over here, but they are being serviced around the world. That's the global exposure which we have been focusing on building at Gen. We are trying to create a much more smoother access for founders, whether it is access to new markets, whether it is access to customers, or whether it is access to capital. We feel these are the three critical components for success of any and every founder. If they are able to secure a customer, they will automatically sustain themselves. If they are in the right market, they will sustain themselves. And if they get the right capital at the right time, they'll sustain themselves. So with our global exposure, with our support, with the support of the whole Gen community, we are doing it in about 180 countries. We have been able to successfully form an alliance called G Asia PAS, and I chair Gen Asia, where we brought in the 42 Asian countries together to work closely and make sure that the entrepreneurs can access new markets. But we did it with an intent to provide Indian founders access to global markets, and we have been entering into trade agreements with the different countries with the primary object of providing Indian founders access to new markets and bringing global innovations into India in partnership with local founders. So that's the key role from our side. So whether it's capital, whether it's market, whether it's customer, if you think your founders are facing any of these challenges, we are there to support them. I'll be happy to take any questions, but I think that's what I wanted to cover.
Okay. Thank you so much, Yatin, for sharing how Gen is working towards supporting startups to go global. Next, I would take the opportunity to welcome and introduce our next eminent speaker from South Korea, Mr. Chris Kyung Lee, Senior Advisor at Korea Institute of Startup and Entrepreneurship Development. Mr. Lee has been working for KeySet since 2008 and has been working as a government policy implementer since 2004. Before that, he had worked in investment advisory and management for 15 years. His recent workings include communicating and sharing with people in both public-private areas and in pursuit of startup ecosystem development in developing nations. He also works as an evaluator, mentor, and speaker in various international events. Welcome, sir. I would request Mr. Lee to share the growing entrepreneurial collaborations and opportunities between India and Korea. Over to you, sir.
Okay, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir. You're on.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think I remember I visited BIMTECH in 2018, I think. And I met the director and the professor and senior manager, and they, I had a very nice Indian lunch. That was 4 years ago. I thank you for that. And actually, I understood that this webinar is for the Indian tenants. So I prepared a slide, but can I continue with the slide?
Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's a share. Oh, I cannot find the share button.
No issue. Do you want me to share? I'll share it on your behalf, and then maybe you can let me know as and when you want to proceed.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Well, KISED is a technology-based startup supporting agency. Actually, KISED is a government agency, and it was found in 2008. Okay. So actually, KISED is the not only organization working for Ministry of SMEs and Startups. MSS has a major 9 organizations, and each support their own area. For example, KISED supports technology-based startups, and as you can see, here's a institution named TIPA, which supports R&D for startups. So basically, our primary objective is to nurture future entrepreneurs by cultivating entrepreneurial spirit. So we support with education, mentoring, and some commercialization grant. And also, KISED was the first organization to implement systematic statistics in technology startups. Okay, next page. So I would like to share with you the Korean startup ecosystem. And actually, Startup Commons had a definition of startup ecosystem. And startup ecosystem is something that interacting as a system to create and scale new startup companies. So there are lots of participants, partners. So basically, economy is important, and R&D and commercialization, infrastructure like space and government support system, entrepreneurship players, investors, startups, so many participants. And among these factors, I think Korea has a very strong R&D investment. And as far as I know, India is also very strong in IT areas. And okay, the next page, please. So Korean total expenditure on R&D divided by the total GDP is over 4.5%, which is the second in the world. And I think number 1 is Israel. And by sectors, electricity and electronics is the most R&D expenditure spent, about a quarter, and machinery around 18%, and ICT 17%. Next page, please. So actually, the policymakers benchmarked the Israeli case, and thought about a public-private partnership example, because in 2009, when KISED first provided a grant to startups, the commercialization grant, we had to invite external experts and specialists to evaluate the business plans that startups submit. So someone had an opinion, why not support a startup that has been already invested by prominent investors? So the basic concept is that when an investor or accelerators invest a certain amount to a startup and recommends that to the government, we have a simple evaluation and then matches funds, funds with R&D fund and commercialization fund. So this program is called TIPS, and it started in 2013. So last year we had more than 2,100 startups and 53 billion US dollars investment and about 500 million R&D investment and 15,000 employment. And 15,000 employment is, I think, twice the average startup. So TIPS startups has a very strong competitiveness. And until last year, 40 startups has been successfully went into exit, 6 IPOs and 34 M&As. So basically, KISSET is very interested in cooperation or collaborations with the private side, because public institution has its own limit, because government people are not that easygoing, and they sometimes they don't have flexibility. Is somebody from government here? Okay, next page, please. Yes, so this is a kind of a regional centers to support startups, but the basic concept is that each region has affiliates with large companies. As you can see, large companies like Samsung, Hyundai, LG, SK, and like Naver, the biggest portal company in Korea, and KT, Korea Telecom, CJ. So the basic concept was to have the open innovation by the bigger companies, and startups have innovative minds and innovative ideas, so that the government makes some ground for startups and bigger companies to cooperate and collaborate. Okay, next page, please. And also we have program to cooperate with Google, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, and in local companies like Coupang, which is a e-commerce company, e-commerce startup company, and also Lotte Mart, CJ, Eland, like some distribution companies, so that startups can go into the market with the help of these senior companies. Next page, please. Well, actually, about the globalization, Korea has a population of 52 million people. So Korea is not that a big market, but then it's not that small. So global companies use the Korean market as a test market, because Koreans have a very unique personality, I think, because we have spring, summer, autumn, and winter. So yeah, for example, about clothing, we need to change clothes every season. So that makes the fashion market. So global companies used to visit Korea to test their products. And I think Koreans are very easygoing with new products and innovative products. So that's why. But unfortunately, we have 11 unicorns, but then maybe one or two unicorns went global, but around 8 or 9 startups are focusing on domestic markets. So actually, it's not that. I think startups are lack of kind of resources, but they think that domestic market is first and then go into global. But then we have some very enthusiastic cases. So I would like to make it sure to introduce one Indian company and one Korean startup company. Okay, next page, please. Okay, next. This. Yeah. So the basic concept is that why do startups fail? Number one is ran out of cash, and second is no market need, and third one is got outcompeted. I think, but the first reason is the same as the second reason, because when a startup doesn't have no market need, they ran out of cash soon. And also, number two, it affects number three, because if there is no market, a startup cannot be competitive. Okay, next page, please. So this case is the startup's name, Tag Hive, and this handsome Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, he graduated from Harvard and founded the company in April 2017. After participating in our venture program, Samsung C Lab, which is in-house venture program, and spin out. And he's this Tech Hive is an edutech startup, and using clicker-based smart school solutions and AI-powered self-assessment solutions, and which connects all 4 stakeholders of education: students, teachers, parents, and administrations. So he provides communication solutions to over 600 schools in Korea and India. And last year was a very tough year for him because of COVID-19. He could not visit schools, and some schools are shut down. So he's trying to upgrade this into more online, stable online system. So you can search the information at the YouTube. Just type Tag Hive. So he speaks very good Korean, and so he both has a market in Korea and India. Okay, next page, please. And also a Korean CEO, Mr. Charon Lee, founded the company in 2014, named Balance Hero. And Balance Hero is a fintech company and developed application True Balance. And the True Balance focuses on non-online payment users and non-credit score users, and providing loans to people, Indians, within monthly income bracket between 5K in Indian rupee to 30K Indian rupee. And it has been grown 30 to 50% month on month. This application True Balance recorded 80 million downloads in less than 3 years. So yeah, so 52 million population in Korea, and how much is India? 14 1.4, 1.6. So it's India is a huge market, and he found that market. He knew what Indians are needed, because I heard that over 90% does not have a bank account, and they don't have a credible transactions with the bank. So he found that opportunity, so that he developed application, and you can use that in a smartphone. So whenever you are using a taxi or visit the store, you can use that smartphone to. Next page, please. So 80 million people. So yeah. So next one is that Korea has a visa for foreigners who wants to launch market in Korea. So startup preparation visa D-10-2, you can stay 6 months and up to 2 years. And also startup visa D-8-4, you need to lectures, you need to participate these lectures in OASIS, overall assistance for startup immigration system, and you need to have minimum 80 points, and then you need to have a bachelor's degree and intellectual property. Then you can stay basic 2 years in Korea and do business as a startup, and you can have a prolonged period of this visa, so you can stay for 4 years, 5 years, whatever. So this is a OASIS program, and OASIS 4, 5, 9 will be implemented by the KISET this year. So I think this will be good information for Indians who are interested in Korean market. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would also just like to highlight, just add on to, as you were speaking about, Key said that it was our privilege to be a part of the K Startup Center 2021 program last year. We were selected to implement that program in India, and we had the opportunity to even meet the startup that you just mentioned, Mr. Pankaj Agarwal from Tag Hive. And great opportunity for startups to mix and collaborate. So thank you so much, Mr. Lee. I'm sure the budding entrepreneurs have received unparalleled insights.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Okay. Just a minute. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Abha Rishi for delivering the welcome address. My profound thanks to Ronnie ma'am for her inspiring words and message. Further, I'm grateful to our eminent speakers, Mr. Yatin and Mr. Lee, for providing valuable insights on the importance of global entrepreneurship. I would also like to thank our host institution, Birla Institute of Management Technology, and our 90+ corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our partner, GIMS Greater Noida and Mangalmay Institute of Management Technology, our outreach partner, and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And for the audience, hang tight for our next panel discussion on 5 reasons startups shouldn't rely on mentors, which will take place at 3:30 p.m. with veteran industry experts. Thank you so much. Thank you all the speakers for joining in.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So our speakers from the next session have started joining in. I think we have Charmaine here. Hello, Charmaine. Welcome from, so you're joining in from South Africa or?
South
Oh,
Africa.
Great,
Yeah.
great, great. Wonderful, wonderful. And we have Shalin sir also. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hi. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good to have you here on this panel. And we also have Ashish ji here. Ashish ji, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Abba. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So we're going to start the next panel in a few minutes.
Sure,
So
sure,
that's from
sure. I'm
3.
just trying to switch on my camera.
Sure, please. So in the meantime, maybe we can have the videos and
Yes, ma'am.
slides on.
Yes, ma'am. We will go ahead with the video.
So just a few minutes. We'll start at 3:30.
Are we live now, Dr.
Yes,
Abba?
you are.
Yes.
Yes, you are. So
Right.
you're visible to all our participants and they can hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Lovely. Thank you.
The only thing is that a few minutes while we wait for the others to join in. So in the meantime, yeah.
Sure, please.
Hi.
Hi. So you're also visible now.
Yeah.
And we also have Yogesh sir joining in. Thank you very much, Yogesh ji.
Hi,
Sir.
Amma. How are you?
I'm good. And thank you really, for making it. You
Good to
kept us
see
on tenterhooks.
Why is that? I'm always last minute. You guys also say I always say yes to Pragya and Kapil. You got these two Marathis. Who will always wake up on the last minute. But see, I'm still here.
Thanks a lot for that, sir.
How are you doing?
All well, all well.
All good.
And today is the 3rd day of the 4-day convention.
Acha.
So all the speakers have been coming in. So all 62 speakers are confirmed. And they're all there in their sessions.
Excellent.
And we have had a wonderful participation also.
Excellent.
So today being the 3rd day, which talks about expansion and how mentors can make a difference. So global expansion is one of the themes for today. The first day was about ideation and second day was about prototyping and revenue generation.
Right.
Today is about expansion and tomorrow we have about acceleration and funding. So,
Excellent.
Yeah, I believe today's session is called Gurukul.
yes.
I went through the site.
Absolutely.
Very good name.
So
So
I'll just
Khoj is about discovery and ideation. Prarambh
Okay.
is about starting up. And then we have the Gurukul, which is about like actual incubation and understanding the revenue part of it. And then of course, Udan, which means flying, accelerate.
Nice.
Yes, Pragya, over to you.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just share the video. It's a 2-minute short video, and then we'll begin with the discussion.
AIC BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
I've been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
So welcome everyone, and now we'll begin with our next session of the day, which is 5 things startups should not rely on mentors. So good day and a warm greeting to all. I'm Pragya, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center, I would like to welcome and thank each one of you for becoming a part of this event and express gratitude for your presence. I hope everyone is relaxed and at ease from wherever they are participating from all over the world. We would like to thank everyone who's joined in for the interesting panel discussion. I know the topic seems peculiar and intriguing at the same time. So coming back to the panel discussion, I would like to give a brief about what the session will encapsulate. So how can a startup get the most out of mentoring experience? And the new mentorship paradigm in this evolving startup ecosystem will actually be the topic of conversation. Now, I would like to welcome and introduce the speakers and moderator for the session. First, I would like to start with Mr. Yogesh Bilani. He has over 2 decades of rich and immersive leadership experience in the food industry. He has proven track record of starting, building, and scaling up consumer businesses. He has built 2 immensely successful businesses, Kohinoor Ready to Eat Foods, later acquired by McCormick US and Del Monte in India. He's a member of the CII National Council on Agriculture, Food Processing and Exports, and is also the past co-chair of CII's North Regional Committee on Agriculture and Food Processing. Coming to our next speaker, Mr. Sharlin Thayil. Mr. Sharlin turned entrepreneur in 2017 and co-founded a tech startup in the industrial IoT and cloud technology space. In the early 2018, he also started supporting Carnage Technologies to build their SaaS platform and presently handles business development and operations for the MEA and APAC regions. His prior work assignments has been as Group Director OEM at Microsoft India, and before that, he has spent over 13 years with Bharti Airtel Limited. His last stint there was as Hub CEO for the South Central Hub. Welcome, sir. From South Africa, we have Ms. Charmaine Gangan, Global Entrepreneurship Education Consultant, CGM Training and Consulting. Charmaine ma'am is a seasoned business academic and highly qualified healthcare professional with more than 25 years of experience in clinical care, private healthcare management, and education in public and private healthcare sector across South Africa, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I would also like to introduce our moderator for the session, Mr. Ashish Khare. He is the founder and CEO of MentorCart. He has 25 years of experience in successful business leadership, led teams and organizations to innovate, build, implement business solutions across 20 plus countries. He has a huge experience working with individuals and teams, including students, executive or entrepreneurs, to help them gain self-awareness, clarify goals, and achieve their development objectives. With this, I would like to turn the stage over to Mr. Ashish to take the discussion ahead. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pragya. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to moderate the session with such a imperiled speakers here. Thank you, Mr. Yogesh, for joining, Shamin ma'am for joining, and Sharlin to join the session. And as the topic says, this is all about mentorship, and how the startups can leverage the experience of various professionals across on the board to make it successful. And I always say that why to learn by making mistakes when you can learn with mentors. And that's what the short in the path is, actually, because they are mentors because they have done those mistakes, as I believe. And it's better to learn from those mistakes, which has already been made by several people. And that will make things. So that's what my opening for the session would be. And I would request each one of you to say a few words. And I think so, Pragya, can you repeat the topic, what you said?
So, sir, 5 things startups should not rely on mentors.
Yeah, it's starting from very interesting thing, that what should not rely on mentors. Yeah. So rather than, rely on more on yourself. I always say when you build a startup, with startup that, where everybody say, ah, wow, good, right? It means there is something wrong, right? Until people are saying, no, this is not possible, oh, it cannot work, it cannot scale, blah, blah, blah. So how you, think as a mentor, as a startup entrepreneur to take it forward? So I would say and request all our speaker to start, maybe Mr. Selling, that on the topic, especially the line words Pragya has said, what are those things which are basically, we should not, or someone should not rely. I don't know why that line has been kept, but it's very interesting, thought-provoking in itself. Salin sir, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashish. First of all, thanks for having me on this panel, Dr. Abha, Rishi, and Pragya. Happy to be a part of this particular event today. Before diving into the topic, a couple of things I want to talk about my own experience as entrepreneurs in terms of what I've seen and heard. One is entrepreneurs are creators. We recognize that fact that they are creators, and someone attributed them to be like God because they created something new which didn't exist, right? So in that sense, they are carving out a new path for themselves, their teams. They create new products, innovation, services. They provide jobs, opportunities, and of course, they help grow the economy on the one hand, right? And these days, many of the founders of startups are young. They relatively come in at an early age, and they don't have that experience and wisdom that typically happens as you go through this whole experience of building a business and leading teams and understanding yourself. They are right in the front and center of the organization, and especially if it's a single founder, it's all the more complex because he has to rely on no one else other than himself. And as you rightly said, a mentor is able to provide that timely advice, which is so critical. It's not just about funding and connections, but that timely advice can be something that defines in terms of either making or breaking that particular startup or that particular venture.
Absolutely.
So given that situation, what are the things that one shouldn't expect from a mentor? I mean, is that the right question? Did I frame it correctly?
Yeah, says rely. So that's what, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
so for
few,
example,
maybe few, and I'll take it up from there, and then we'll open up the more discussion.
Right, okay. If you were talk of what they, what are the things that they shouldn't rely on the mentor for, I would think from my own experience, the first thing that many startups today look at from a mentor is, well, tell me how much will you be able to invest in my company? Are you willing to partake in the risk that this particular venture is going to be subjected to? So that's the first thing, and I think that's something that I think they should not rely on at the early stage, because the value the mentor comes in with is very, very different than the investment. But he can possibly tell you, how you can, where can you go get your investment, and how can you make a pitch where you will have investors coming in for you, right? Coming in to invest in your particular company. So that perhaps that could be one. That's an important one. The second thing I think, startups should not rely on a mentor is in terms of being a part of the startup in terms of holding himself accountable for the direction that the startup has to take. In the sense, a mentor's role is an advisory role. Ultimately, it is the startup founder who has to take those calls. It is a decision. It can help him clarify. A mentor can help clarify questions. He can say that, in my opinion, this is it. But ultimately, that decision has to be the startup founders. I think that's another very important point.
Yeah. So
They
let
should
me.
not say that, hey, look, I'm going to go by what you say. And ultimately he says this as if this company is run by the mentor. That should not be the case. I mean, these are two important things that come to my mind.
Yeah, I agree. I'll agree, and I take it up from there, and probably I'll go to Mr. Yogesh next. Is that you rightly said that the startup or a founder, when it start expecting the investment from a mentor in terms of hard cash, then the dilution happens there, because investor is investor and mentor is mentor. It's very important to have mentor which is neutral. The moment you become investor by putting a hard cash, the interest will be very different, right? So it's very important, and I agree with that. These are two different roles, maybe done by sometime at one person, because somebody invested money, he has an experience, and he's sharing that, and it's going to help ultimately. I fully agree with you. And Mr. Yogesh, over to you. I just want to hear from you, maybe some of your experience and maybe some pointers, what you would like to add to what Shalini has said.
So first, good afternoon, and thank you very much, Team AIC, Abha, Pragya, Kapil, everyone on that side for having me here. I think I would agree with whatever I've heard so far. I think to me the big question really is it starts from having the right reasons, for a founder to really look at a mentor. And Ashish, as you rightly said, if the reason is investment, then he's knocking the wrong door. So an investor is a different community. A mentor is a different community. So I think it all starts from the fact, what is it that you really need the mentor for, and having that clarity is extremely important. And I think many a times, I've realized that there's this relationship between a founder and a mentor, which needs to be complementary. There's hustle on the one side, there's experience on the other side, there's great drive on the one side, and then there's this huge opportunity to cut the learning curve and to tell someone things that one can learn from. So I think, but at the same time, I have a little bit of an advice to the mentors as well, which says that a lot of our mistakes, a lot of our learning curve has been in a certain context, and today the context has probably changed. So I think it's very important to also keep that in mind. Many a times, while we give a lot of importance to the content, and we like to call content king, but context is the kingdom. So if you got no relevance to the context, you probably are. So that's probably a bit of an advice that I probably keep telling myself as well. 15 years is a long time to say that, we made that mistake 15 years ago. We are living in a dynamic world where life cycles of products and services have dropped down to 3, 4, 5 months, a quarter at times. So how can in a dynamic world playbooks remain the same? So playbooks are also dynamic. So I think that's a word of advice for myself. It works beautifully to keep reminding yourself. And I think the relationship starts from mutual respect, right? I mean, there has to be mutual respect, because that will foster trust. And now trust is an outcome, but you really have to go through the journey to earn each other's trust. But I think the incoming predisposition again for a mentor has to be to be trusting, and similarly for a startup founder, because otherwise you really are not going to have empowering discussions, right? And to me, the long and short of it is that while the founder is really the entrepreneur, he's the engine, he's driven by his own self-belief and drive and passion, there can be no substitute for that. So yes, you could look at the mentors for a top-up of motivation when you're having a really bad day or a rough day, but hey, at the end of the day, the drive is yours, and you cannot let that drive falter. And I think that probably comes down to what you and Cheryl said in the beginning. The prime mover of any enterprise is really going to be the startup founder. The mentor plays a certain role, which is really not being in the driver's seat. They probably have done that, and they've moved on from where they've done that, and hence at this point in time, their role is different. So very important that both the mentee, in this case, the startup founder, understands that, and the mentor also keeps reminding themselves. Those would be my opening remarks, Ashish.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh. And I think so I picked up from there a couple of things. The context is important. And that context, yes, maybe we have done some mistakes in the past, maybe not relevant at this point of time, or maybe the person who's executing is very different, or the scenarios in the industry have changed completely, or whatever. Like in today's scenario, just want to give an example because I run a mentor card as a startup, which is basically a mentorship startup, where sometime, a person comes with a 10-minute delivery idea, and maybe the old school of thoughts not even getting into it, right? Why I did it? Who wants it? Sometime, it's like that. So for mentors is also important, like you rightly said, that our opinions doesn't matter. What matters is that if we are able to show the path, the right path to the person who's asking those situations, and maybe giving in a direction, or maybe helping him to do certain research, that will probably help. So great. Thank you so much, Yogesh, for giving this perspective. Very important. Ms. Shamin, I would like to, definitely everybody want to know your views, that because you've been attached so closely with the entrepreneurship as a domain across, and you're also in the kind of in a partnership where India and other country, your country is, working together. So maybe your experience is super critical, because it is something which is cross-border, and it helps in a different way. I'm sure whatever situation in India, I'm sure that may be different or maybe same in your place. So maybe I would like to hear from you, ma'am.
So much, and thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. It's actually so wonderful to always have to share knowledge, and that is what business, entrepreneurship, and startup is all about. It's about sharing knowledge across the spectrum. Okay, so so what I want to say is that whenever I think entrepreneurship and startups, and all saying comes to mind. If only I knew then what I know now. It always sounds so cliche, but it's like, I should have done this, I should have done this, I should have fixed this, or tried this or that. So that also goes for new businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups too. In the current ecosystem, the most amazing thing has actually happened, where it negates exactly all of what I've just said, because mentorship has now become the main domain for startups and entrepreneurship. The hand-holding, the coaching, the support, and it's become part of the entire ecosystem today. So whereas previously we had all of the issues where people who started their own businesses, entrepreneurs didn't even know who to go to, or who the to-go person was. Now today, that entire thing, the entire system has done a turnaround. So now we've got all of that in place. So basically, it's up to the entrepreneur himself or herself, or the startup, to actually, put out your hand and say, I need help. And that is what the entire mentorship is all about. A mentor plays a huge role in both as a teacher and a connector, and provides access not only just to the industry talents, but also connections. And basically, some of them can invest in the business, but like we said earlier on, it's not always the case. The sharing of the knowledge, the skills, the expertise, that is actually what the inherent characters are of their mentors. And that is where they can share all of that with the current entrepreneur or startup. New connections can introduce the right talent to business, and it can connect the owner with the target market. And mentors introduce the mentees to different social and professional events, that will lead to bigger and greater opportunities. I'll just give you an example. I think it was last month, in Jan, I assisted startups with IIT Bombay, the Eureka competition. And the one that actually did very well, the one was Abium, and the other one was, it was EduTech. I just lost the name now. And even though they had such amazing business models and all of that, they just needed so much this global perspective, where they kind of like only focused on what was happening, only in India. And assisting them and supporting them and giving and mentoring them for for the competition brought out so much more than what the initial idea was. So it kind of like broadened their spectrum. Funding is always, it's always an option and can be open to entrepreneurs. But however, I think the entrepreneur or the startup, needs to know that, mentors are not there to do funding for them. They can give, the amazing ideas and connect them to the right people, but it's not actually essentially the job of the mentor to do that. And that is one of the key issues I've actually faced now with doing this entire, the global jury across all about 17 countries, being in Philippines, Latin, SA, all over. That is what their mindset is, that, when the mentor comes along, the mentor is going to help us to get the funding. It just doesn't happen like that, mentoring also enhances the reputation of the companies and the owner. And the long term, it actually leads to greater exposure and higher sales or even recognition. So as I was saying earlier, it really does add value. It, creates even a bigger mindset, and it makes you, think on a different platform. I did this Women's Day talk on Tuesday, and I kept saying, my mantra is always that, as an entrepreneur, as a startup, you always, yes, you can think very big, but you start in little baby steps. Always start small, and also you can think global. Think broadly, but you always start from acting locally. So that's the thing, to think global and act local, and to start from where you are with what you have and what you've got. So those are my opening lines, and over to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And in the interest of time, we have a lot of ground to cover. So maybe the question comes in that, okay, if there is a need, and I'll talk about the need a little more in detail, but where do we find them? Where do we find that right mentor? How do we find it? How the startup think, or a founder think that, okay, he's the right person. So maybe if there are some pointers, maybe quick, maybe 1 minute each one of you to spend on that. And what kind of the person looked like, a profile who can be my mentor? Okay. And the second thing is, what I have also seen, that sometimes we come across experienced people and we think we'll ask him and he will say something and I will take it forward. Sometimes it is very dangerous, right? Because the one pointer advice without knowing, going in nitty-gritties, in details, and sometimes may work, sometimes may not work. So as Yogesh sir has also mentioned about that. So where do we find that, and what kind of engagement model? I'm saying that how do you engage with the mentor? That's very important. And I'll talk about more on tips and tips, but ultimately, how do you engage? How do you find them and how do you engage them? So that's how probably every startup founder, I'm sure, would like to know about a bit.
So maybe I can, just come in there, having been, on the global sphere. So I think essentially, I myself as a mentor, I think we must not negate the fact that even as a mentor, you have so much to learn from the mentee, from the entire startup itself. And just besides having just, the knowledge, the skill, the expertise, and the aptitude, I think you yourself as the mentor, you need to have that giving nature, that you really want to assist the startup. You don't want to do it for the money, and you don't want to do it, for the recognition, but you must want to do it, to really assist the startup and actually make that difference. And for me, that's paramount, to be very honest. All the global work I've been doing, I've assisted, gosh, I think up to date, if I must count, I think I'm almost heading to my 1,000 startup that I've been assisting in the last 18 months. And I've figured, I think I've touched on 5,000 entrepreneurship students. So a lot of it must come from your inborn passion of wanting to create a platform for the students, for the entrepreneurs, for the startup. It must be a passion, because most things in life start with a passion. And even if you don't necessarily have the money or everything else, but I always believe that your passion actually drives you into giving off your absolute best, to the startup or to the entrepreneur. And those are my key things. And of course, the other factors that, when you are a mentor, you're also having that mutual trust and respect must be there. I went with the one startup in India with Abium, and I had absolutely no clue about the tech industry, oh, I was bowled over. But my students, I mean, the team taught me everything I know. And today I can actually talk to my friend and say, okay, I know A, B, and C. So it's a mutual learning, mutual understanding. And that respect, I think, is like paramount also when when you are in a startup or with an entrepreneur.
Yeah, so maybe I'll go to Charlene about finding them and engaging with them. For our founders, what is your advice on that?
Yeah, so see, it's a mentorship or mentoring is a part of a very long continuum. It's not that it can be decided that I'm going to go and I need mentorship now and I'm going to drop it and so on and so, because it straddles the entire growth, the conceptualization, the evolution and the growth of that particular startup. And the needs are going to be different at different stages, right? From where you start and from where you have to scale. And you have people who have seen the entire straddle and you're able to form a relationship, great. If otherwise, you might have to look at it in more specifically. I think if you to your specific question, where do you find them? Well, we are right here in this forum, and I think I should say AIC BIMTECH is one of the places you can possibly start with, be a part of the incubator, and they offer, they have a source of mentors. Ashish, your company perhaps also I see is in the whole mentoring space, so perhaps that is there. But on a slightly larger note, I think it's these accelerators, incubators. There are more organizations which are forming some kind of a mentor exchange kind of platform where you're able to identify your need across an industry space, or whether it could be on the basis of specific need, whether it's more for an organization, for yourself, for your personal growth, or whether it's for the venture itself. I mean, I think these needs are evolving and these are opportunities, and I believe there are many companies that are kind of evolving in this space. There are other organizations. For example, I'm a part of TIE. TIE is another organization which fosters entrepreneurship, and we have a complete module where we look at charter members who want to, who have an aptitude for mentoring, who have had an experience in the industry and would like to mentor startups. So there are organizations like these. It's then about casting your net across, connecting with people, and then finding out where the chemistry works. It's a two-way street, like we always say. It's not that you choose; it's the other side as well, which has to agree and jump into this relationship or come into this relationship. So I hope that answers the question. In terms of where you can find that.
Yeah, over to Mr. Yogesh. Would you like to add something on this?
No, not really. I think a lot has been already said on it. No.
Okay, great. So, one experience I have seen that sometime the startups are founders are very excited to talk to mentors, go to there. And at times we found them after a meeting, one meeting, or after half an hour conversations and all. That preparedness of working with mentors is missing. Like in terms of that, what is that we need to engage for, what should we ask for, etc. So that preparation and that engagement, as what I meant when I asked about engagement, is that what kind of tips would you like to give it to founders? Maybe anybody can pick up that when they meet, when they find a mentor, how should they engage, means what should be done at their part. And second is also probably you would like to add something on the same line to a mentor as well. So maybe anybody can pick up this, because what we found sometime is that that blank space, right? Okay, what do I ask? Where do I start from? What do I converse with, right? And that's some of those tips, if you would like to add something onto the founders.
So maybe if I can come in there, if I may, I'm having a little bit of my problem of my connection, so I'm just scared that I will just lose my connection. So if it's okay, can I just give you a few pointers on my perspective?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So basically, with the mentees, this is what I tell them. I tell them, use the pilot in the plane. I am just your guide. I'm not going to tell you what to do or how to do it. Essentially, my role is to guide you, make suggestions, give an opinion. Sometimes it might not even be what the startup or the entrepreneur is looking for, but you say it anyway, so that at least they have, you have an open playing field, so that they know exactly where they stand with you. I let them know that, I'm not here to give you funding, but I can steer you towards, various options and the go-to people. And also one of the very important things is that, I've never really had an issue with it, because, I'm always very flexible and open, especially because I work so on a global scale, is that, we need to let them know also that, when you have a mentor who's there for you, do not take them for granted. You cannot expect your mentors to be there for you 24/7, because most of us, we've got full-time jobs, we've got our own businesses running, we've got lots of things. So just, letting them know upfront, this is actually what it is. And my time is also just as precious as yours is. And also the fact that, when you schedule times, to kind of like adhere to that, because, obviously time is of the essence. And most of the mentors that I know don't charge, we do it as a free service. So it doesn't mean that because it's a free service, you can kind of like take advantage of it. Also explaining to them, like I said earlier on, it's constantly about that mutual trust and respect, of having an absolutely professional relationship, and also at the same time, letting them know that you're giving your opinions, but also you don't know everything. So there are going to be references that you are going to make. You're going to say, like, refer to this or refer to that, or look up that big business, and also to be committed to that, mentee-mentor relationship. When you choose to be a mentor or a mentee, you just got to be committed to it. You can't say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm very busy now, I'll meet you again next week. And also the last thing is that, if I give my mentees tasks to carry out, and I expect them to do it, because at the end of the day, it's actually going to save lots and lots of time. So those are the things I actually look for, and how I get my way going with my mentees.
Great, thank you so much. Sharni, would you like to add something on this?
Yeah. So your question, if I can frame it, please tell me if it's correct, is how does a mentee approach a mentor? Correct. What should he start by saying? Yeah. See, I think first of all, let's understand that this is a very formal engagement. It perhaps starts off in a maybe very friendly note, but I think it's a very formal engagement, and therefore it's important to move away the casualness from it. It can be a casual setting. It's important to move it away from a casual setting to a very formal setting. And I would advise that mentees, approach the person after doing the complete due diligence.
Absolutely.
Which industry is he from? What sector is he? What are his interests? Look up his profile on LinkedIn and all other areas, and then decide whether this is one of the mentors you would want to, shortlist and go with. So you have done the shortlisting perhaps, and then it's about the mentor accepting to be a mentee, right? So it's important that we uncovered all those areas in terms of, it's not just his interest in the industry. He has to like you. There's a personal connect. It's a chemistry that has to work there, because you are not looking at him as someone who's going to give you an advice and then walk away. That's not a mentor, right? So you need to kind of get into that. It's serious stuff. The point I'm making is, it is serious stuff. Research it. You may want him, but he may not want you. Be ready for that. And you need to have a short list, therefore. You need to build your own pipeline and then settle down on someone. So when you say research, look at his social networks, look at people whom he's associated with, look at whom else is he mentoring. Is he mentoring someone who is your competitor, right? Then obviously he won't do it. So I think it's things like that which need to be researched. There are many points which one will have to go through and filter out and then do it. So I'm saying it is serious. The long and short of what I'm saying is, it is serious stuff. It requires commitment. It requires deep engagement. And it's important that the mentee take it seriously.
So coming to this point of seriousness, I have two questions on that. When there is something skin in the game, as Shamin also mentioned that most of the mentors offer free services, most of the mentors are approachable through BIMTECH or many other platforms. And there are still people say, sometimes they don't reach on time, etc. So do you think so that there are ways that you compensate a mentor and whom you work with? And the new era, it is happening at the places, and then there is both skin in the game, and that gives a better result. Do you think so? Is that the right approach of doing it? Anyone can take up.
Yes, yeah, someone else may want to go? Or I could start off. Yeah, see, my view is that, if a mentee is forcing the mentor to invest, that is what I think is wrong. But if the mentee is willing to offer something to the mentor,
yes,
I don't think there's a problem.
Yeah,
correct.
Right. So I think that's the way I would look at it.
And I'm sure on the one more point on the every stage, like you also rightly said, that every stage of a startup is different. So when you have an idea, then you go on an MVP, then you build a product, then you grow a company, then you become a product market fit or whatever. At every stage, you would need a different kind of mentors. So it's not that, always one person is doing it, but yeah, there will be few people. Like in my experience, I've been doing this for several years now. Since I stepped into a entrepreneurship journey after working for 22 years in the industry, is that in many of the startups, even though engaged in the beginning, is now they are into Series A, still on their board, right? And then more deeper connections with them have been established. So that's a journey. But every stage, I'm sure the founder has to look for a different kind of help, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Okay. If I can just come in, then absolutely, that's absolutely correct. Okay. So essentially, you'll get the mentor who's got the knowledge and the skills, and the aptitude and stuff. But also, let's just say, for example, if we're talking about space tech now, which is something that's absolutely not my forte. I can do business, I can do all the stages, but I absolutely have no idea how to do the real technical about the things about space tech. So what I will do is, while I'm giving the startup, the assistance and the mentoring, then I will absolutely refer to the person, or maybe to an incubator that's actually concentrating on doing like just space tech or the technical side of it. So as a mentor, you also need to figure out, okay, so this is where I can extend myself to, and this is where I need to say, okay, stop, this is actually not my forte. Let me now refer to the next expert. And I think if you do that, then the startup or the entrepreneur has a much bigger advantage than you having that dual expertise in the startup.
Yeah, great. Charlene, you would like to add something on this?
Yeah, see, it's not necessary really to choose different mentors for different stages. Once you find the fit, that the person is from the sector and the industry, and he's got some knowledge of the domain. Yeah, so I think it's not, and he's actually seen organizations and experienced them, etc. You could decide. It's not, therefore, the point I'm making is not really necessary. Because, if you look at mentorship, the way I've kind of been viewing it in the last couple of years, since I've been, participating through TIE as a mentor and, doing some work there, is largely about three things. It's about the individual, first of all. What are his attitudes, his make, his emotion, his whole balance. What is he as an individual? What are his capabilities? Second is his own work. What is he doing in terms of his own role? How good is he in? For example, if it's a new startup just out of college, startup by entrepreneurs just out of college, they lack the experience, right? So how is he defining his own work role? Because he would need support there. And the third thing is about the venture itself. How is the organization? What is the culture? How are they kind of fitting into the space? Do they have, what is the innovation process, the cycle, and so on and so forth? So, it could be fine to have one entrepreneur who is able to look at it from both the ends of the spectrum, from growth stage to taking it to market. But I see from my own experience, I've seen needs requiring more specific consultancy kind of requirements, where you need to bring in experts who will be able to tell you, what should be your model, your business model, where will you go and get money from, which are the venture capitalists or the angel funds who would be most willing to invest, how should you pitch to them. A mentor may not have that. So there is no fixed model. You'll have to play around with this. You'll have to see what in-house expertise you have. You'll have to see whom you need to get in. But the mentor will be for that one individual, right? It'll be for the founder. It'll be for him to kind of lead the organization, right? Expertise can be bought in. The mentor himself would suggest that, hey, look, maybe I'm not very great in this. We need to get someone, and why don't you connect with so-and-so? That itself is advice, right? But that one person who's going to help him is the important guy.
Correct. So let me just, because we are, almost reaching to a time, maybe Mr. Yogesh can help us to, understand that, like he always talk about contest, is that, what do you see, Mr. Yogesh, in terms of sometime as a startup founder, we get confused between mentoring and consultancy. And that's sometimes, create an expectation mismatch. So how would you like to, explain this probably to the very startups who are here, that how do they differentiate between the mentoring and consulting, right? So, or is there any difference? So that's probably would like to hear more from you on this, Mr. Yogesh.
Thanks, Ashish. I think fundamental question which basically ties in the last 2 or 3 questions and the answer that we've heard. I think the big the start point really is that the mentor-mentee is a relationship, right? It's a relationship that you need to go through a process before you decide you want to get into a relationship, right? Because, and we heard commitment, we've heard of words like you need to do the deep work and hand holding. All of this is really about commitment, right? So and because this is a relationship, parties on both sides need to be committed. It's great to say I'm interested, but are you committed? So it's really not a transaction. So it's not a transactional relationship. So if and I say this both on the side of the mentor and the startup, you must be very careful, to decide on what you want, because you talked about having the need for consultants or maybe SMEs or subject matter experts at different stages of evolution. That's also part of the mentor's job in many ways, to suggest that we need for these kind of activities to pull in. Because what really happens is that the underlying point that I'm trying to make is that there has to be ownership even at a mentor's level. Yeah. The mentor cannot be abdicating responsibility and saying, hey, dude, I don't know this part, so you go somewhere else. He's part of the ecosystem now, and that's where this whole thing becomes very important, which goes back to your first point of how do you choose a mentor? And you need to go through that process where the chemistry works. But more importantly, we all must understand that because it's a relationship, and a relationship that cannot be transactional, but needs to be transformational for really this whole word of mentorship to really come through, you need to be committed on both sides. And you can only be committed on both sides if there is learning on both sides. So what's the value in it for both of them? In some ways, we heard about the whole thing about skin in the game. In other case, it could be pure learning, like we heard one of the speakers talk about. So I think you need that value to sustain the relationship, and the relationship, we don't add value, obviously don't sustain the test of time. So coming back to your question, really, the way I would look at it is that you would need subject matter experts at different points in time, and they need to be pulled in. The mentor actually is on the same side as the founder, not on the other side, and has to be part of the team and must see his role as part of the team. So therefore, it's a collective decision to really say that, do we need to bring in a subject matter expert to solve a pertinent problem at a certain stage in our life? But at the same time, it has to be a joint call. It has to be an ownership that should not be abdicated at the level of a mentor, saying that since I don't know this part, It's really not my baby, but I think I would rather be on the other side and say, let me be part of the process, help you identify subject matter experts, and really handhold you when you really need the hand holding, rather than saying, hey, I'll come back when you've gone through the cycle. Because that's not what this is. Because the role of the mentor is not only at the stage of start. What are you hand holding? You're hand holding from a stage 1 to org building, to business building, and thereof. I mean, that's really when I would say that. So coming back, our startup founders looking at a transactional relationship, then mentorship is the wrong word. You're not, you are better off doing something else. And similarly for the mentor, he must understand that it has to be a commitment that should see the business through on the other side. So that's really where I would stand on this.
Agree. So maybe in a way you meant is that there is an entry, but it's not an exit. It's more of transformational and transition and a journey after that. Ultimately,
you'll hopefully want the exit to be at a stage where both of you are satisfied with the journey. And hence starting with an end point in mind already is really not a great start in my opinion either.
Agreed. Fully understand that. So I think so. We are running short of time now, Pragya, right? Is that?
No, sir, we do have few minutes.
So okay, maybe let me summarize that. The overall thing what we have discussed, and where we discussed about finding a mentor, setting the process, engaging with them, having kind of engagement model with them, what to ask, what not to ask, what is the entry. For mentors also, we got certain tips, right? Obviously that, how they should conduct that, and when they should, have a commitment, then only there's a point. Otherwise, if there's no commitment, obviously it will be over the period of time would come to know that, if there's no skin in the game, there's no commitment, then obviously it's not a journey from that perspective. We also discussed about certain thing like showing path, helping the startup to realize their true potential. And for a mentorship, there's one more point which I think so we should conclude is that it's not about only startup needs mentor. Everybody needs mentor at every profession, whether you are a student, professional, working professional, senior people. Even now I have a mentor. Everybody of us have certain point of time engaged with mentors, and many of the mentors are long-term for us. We go back to them even in the later stage of our life. So that is how the mentorship is all about. And it's not about only startups. So when you consult people, when you talk to them, when you meet the mentor, obviously there can be different goals and objective you want to achieve. You should be having very clarity that this is my life goal, this is my professional goal, this is my startup goal, or my startup is my goal right now. So all those things are, very, very important and has to be taken care. So take this journey, and I'm sure like AIC BIMTECH kind of a platform where the mentors are the place they are coming, they are being invited by AIC BIMTECH to share the value, like today's session, and there are multiple sessions which are happening. In those sessions, you can always connect with such mentors, interact with them. There are so many opportunities are given to you guys, and I'm sure that they will help you, and you can achieve your goals faster than anytime. So with this remark, Charlene, would you like to add something more at the last, or Mr. Yogesh, you would like to add something at the last, and then we can conclude it? A message, maybe a last message to all of post this session.
Oh, the only comment that I would leave with is that, since the topic of this was what not to rely on, I think one as a genuine relationship and a genuine outcome, don't rely on mentors for having all the answers. I think rely on them to have the right questions. And I think having the right questions collectively, you'll probably get to your outcomes and the answers that you so richly deserve. So that'll be my closing comment.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's very important. Having a right question is the way forward, because we have the right questions. Obviously, we can get an answer for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So in maybe just to use a cliche, one has always heard about the unknown unknowns, and then there are known unknowns. For a person who's beginning life, there would be many unknown unknowns because he's not experienced life. If you can translate that to known unknowns, that, hey, look, I know that I don't know this. There's a mentor there whom you can go get advice from, right? And there are for new, let's say, new startups who are starting early. I think, a mentor can really help translate this from unknown unknowns to known unknowns and say, okay, why don't we think about it this way and consider options and then finally take the decision, right? So then that can make a big difference.
Yeah, thank you so much. At the last, at Mentor Card, we always say that mentor can really unlock your potential, can help you to unlock your potentials. And that's what is all about a mentorship. Thank you so much, Pragya, Dr. Abha, for organizing this fantastic session. I'm sure startup founders or whoever is attending this is going to be benefited. And one last thing, the mentorship in a startup should not be only for founders. It has to be for the entire team, because the team who's executing is super critical. At times we miss that point and we only founders takes inputs and all that, but actually on the ground who's executing need to be mentored more than anything else. So then the right execution can happen, and the entire team needs some mentorship end to end. So thank you so much, Pragya, for taking this up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, Yogesh sir, Sharlin sir, Shamin ma'am, and Ashish sir for
Thank you, Sharlin.
actually making this panel discussion very interesting and engaging. It's a learning for us as well. I would just add, I mean, as incubators, as you rightly said, sir, it is just not the founders. We ourselves need mentors like you, and especially to actually understand the startups themselves. So we also need to update ourselves. We also need mentors to guide us to how we need to proceed ahead in this evolving startup ecosystem that we are working in. And every day, every month, we are having unicorns here. So definitely it's a very guiding session here. So on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. I'm grateful to the speakers in the panel, Yogesh sir, Sharlin sir, and Charmaine ma'am, for sharing their experiences and providing valuable insights. And a huge thank you to Mr. Ashish for moderating the panel discussion in such an exceptional manner. I would also like to thank our host institution, Birla Institute of Management Technology, and our 90+ corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partner, Birla Global University, our outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoho and Zoom. Thank you so much. Thank you all the speakers. And for the audience, next session is on, are you ready to explore the global market? That is at 4:45 p.m. with eminent dignitaries for embassies of different countries to guide you on how to grow global. Stay connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we do have our next session on Are You Ready to Go Global from 4:45. But till then, I would request all the participants here, if they have any questions for us, if they want to know more about AIC BIMTECH, anything, please feel free to just post your questions on the Q&A and we'll be happy to answer them. In the meanwhile, thank you so much, Pankaj, for enjoying the session and being here with us.
So team, I mean, we have a few minutes. I'm going to request that maybe we should tell about what AIC is about and the different programs that we run, so that our participants get to understand that there is a lot of benefit in joining different incubators. And I'm not just talking about from the AIC point of view, but also that there's a lot of benefits which come from joining a good incubator. So I'm going to hand this over to Abhinav and ask him, like, if he can talk about the different programs which are run by us, and also about like what are the different benefits that a startup can gain. Right. So over to you, Abhinav.
Sure, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's better, I think, to say good evening. Uh, the intent of this particular interaction is for you guys because we are receiving a lot of interest and a lot of queries regarding how the internal structure or the internal program of the incubation center works. So, this is just a walkthrough, basically, of how it is working in that scenario. So the first program that we have is the coach program, which is basically for the ideation stage startups. It's for the entrepreneurs who just have an idea and it hasn't been validated yet. So you can be a part of this program, this 1 month program, and we can sit and discuss regarding what iteration of your idea is has the potential to be a successful venture. Thereon, we move on to the second program which we have, which is Praram, where we take your validated ideas and work on it, work with you guys for the period of 2 months to try to convert it into a prototype, a working model, or to maybe do a pilot to understand the market feasibility of it. So that's where Praram comes in. Thereon, we move on to the third program which we have, which is the Gurukul program, which is a one-on-one tailor-made, custom-made program for the startups brought in from Praram. And this program, the duration of it is 6 + 6 months, which is basically a year. And the intent in this particular program is here on we sit on with the entrepreneurs who are brought in. We discuss what is their intent to to reach out to by the end of the year, and then based on those KPIs, key performance indexes, we work along with them to achieve those goals. So as far as the stage itself is concerned, these startups are basically at an early revenue stage. These are the startups who have their MVP, who have their prototype, and now they want to get into the market to see and to get a few paid customers if possible at all. So this is how the first three program of the incubator looks like. The first two, Coach and Prarambha, are completely free. We do not charge anything from the participants coming in, from the startups coming in. uh, Gurukul program is an equity-based program, whereas the Udan program, which runs in parallel to all of these programs, is basically the program specifically designed for you guys to raise funds. So irrespective of any stage you are at, if you are at an ideation stage, if you are at an early revenue generation stage or expansion stage, if fundraise is what you're seeking, then Udan is the program for you. You can be a part of two programs simultaneously. I mean, either of the first three and Udan, and can take it accordingly. But the only concern or only parameter in Udan program which is there is, you need to be fundable, you need to be investable. And that is not a take that the internal AIC BIMTECH team takes. It's basically a panel of investors, angels, institutionals alike, who go through each of the applicants coming in for this particular program and give their feedback that, as an investor, would they like to invest in the company or not. And hence that acts as a primary criteria for any startup to get selected in this program. So apart from the programs specifically, okay, sorry, then another thing that we are very proud of creating is basically a very robust network of 90 plus partners across geographies. So these are including national, international, corporate, academic partners who have come in to support the startups at a very nascent stage, at a very initial stage. The intent of all those benefits which are being awarded by these partners, which total are in to the tune of INR 10.28 CR. The intent of it is to provide that initial boost to the startups coming in, so that all the money that usually is spent in bringing an idea into the stage of a product, the prototyping stage, the early stages, it can be brought down as much as possible. So the initial spend or initial costing of developing a product could be reduced to a substantial extent. That is the intent. A very common example would be AWS credits, usually cloud credits, which are basically leveraged by many IT companies to bring their internal initial cost down. And then there are many professional softwares or tools which are very essential for your startup, and the subsidized cost of the licenses or maybe the promo licenses for a year or so can be given on to you by different stakeholders coming in. So that's how these partners all come in. And on addition to that, then we have access of international partners mentioned previously, and which are collaborating with our host institute, Birla Institute of Management Technology, which help you to reach out to different geographies as a potential market. So you not might only be targeting India as your market, but also many other different countries. And if so, I mean, we can definitely help you connect there. Main concern that any startup usually faces at an initial stage is an investment, though many a times it is something which can be mitigated by the things that we are trying to do, as mentioned earlier. Maybe it's soft infra benefits or anything like that, but still in some stages or in some scenarios there is no substitute to money. So for those scenarios, we have been awarded Startup India Seed Fund grant by Startup India, under which we are scheduled to disburse 5 CR over the course of next 3 years. Now, any startup who is looking to develop a prototype, they can also apply through this particular scheme as a grant. And then there are startups who want to expand, either want to invest in their marketing or in operations or in something else. So even for the expansion stage, the amount is there to be disbursed, and the ticket size that ranges from 15 lakhs to 50 lakhs, multiple ticket sizes. And the instrument of disbursing this amount is grant, debt, and then CCD. So all these instruments can be used for you guys to raise funds. So you can go ahead and apply for AIC BIMTECH through Startup India page. They have their own page for the applications to be brought in. And then, yes, because we have a lot of other initiatives going on, which basically help you to have a crack at these, different geographies. I think we also mentioned it in the last program or prior to that we have done a program with South Korean government, basically, where we hosted their 10 edtech based startups, which they were seeking also in terms of collaborating with Indian startups. So these kind of mix and match also keeps on happening through many different programs that AIC BIMTECH usually conducts. And as a part and parcel, and being in incubatee of the incubator, you get access, or you can leverage to these networks which are created by the incubator. So I think it summarizes very specifically on what we do, and there are many other advantages, but then it's basically an extension of the network which is being created. So I think the guests and the participants and the panelists have already joined in back for the forthcoming session. So I'll hand it over back to Pragya.
Thank you, Abhinav. So in the meanwhile, we are waiting for other panelists. I would like to welcome Bernd from Austrian Embassy, Advantage Austria, and Wendy D'Souza ma'am from Enterprise Ireland. Welcome to the session.
Hi, happy to join.
Hi, really happy to join you.
Thank you, ma'am. We just waiting for Mr. Rajesh and Anurag, and then we'll just begin with the session.
So I think we finished. Okay, this was a break time, and we still have, I think, around 10 minutes left for the thing. So hi, Bernd. Hi, Wendy. So we're just going to open up the floor space for if any of the participants have got any questions, and also as an information sharing session, we are doing it because not many participants understand like what an incubator can do. So just kind of sharing what are the different details which are there, and adding on, so whomsoever is listening in, adding on to what Abhinav was saying. So besides the scheme, that the Startup India Seed Fund scheme, which is there, AIC BIMTECH has also been approved for the MSME scheme. So that means if you are in the MSME sector, I mean, and you have registered as an MSME, you are eligible for getting something from 15 lakhs to 1 crore as funding. So like the 1 crore is basically for machinery and anything else that helps you set up your enterprise. So there's a lot of schemes and a lot of funds which are available. The only thing is, as Abhinav mentioned, that you have to make sure that you are yourself investable, and that you have that kind of action plan which can make both the grants and the investors look at you. Okay. So in the sessions that we had yesterday, we talked about like what the investors look for. So there were 10 points which were mentioned, like how to create your own action plan, which looks at the different metrics, which includes your target market. It also looks at your total addressable market, which is TAM. Then there is SAM. So all these things, when you are looking at funding, make sure that you create the kind of pitch deck which most investors would like to look at. Okay. So we also have in this session today, we are going to be looking at how to explore the global market. So Pragya will be taking you through the details. And of course, we have two of our speakers here, and they are representing two countries. So one is from, we have Bern from who is representing Austria, and Wendy who is representing Ireland. So in the morning, we had people coming in from Korea, and we also had Mrs. Ronnie, who is the Deputy High Commissioner from Israel. So I mean, there's a plethora of opportunities. You just need to pick and choose, but at the same time, you also have to be ready to pick and choose. So that's the bottom line from my side. So back to you, Pragya. I mean, is there anything that you would like to go ahead with while we are waiting for the other two panelists to come in?
Thank you, ma'am. So as I think Abhinav was mentioning about the program, KeySet program that we had actually implemented in India last year, I would also add on another program that we are running in March in collaboration with High Commission of Canada in India. Again, it's a short 5-day program where we are helping Canadian startups understand the Indian business ecosystem. Through one-on-one mentoring, helping them connect with the different companies here, different stakeholders here, I would say, be it VCs, also providing them few expert sessions on the important aspects that they need to understand. But then I would also like to highlight that even though we are helping the Canadian startups understand the Indian business ecosystem here, we are also involved in helping Indian startups understand the different geographical markets. So as you can see, we have people, dignitaries coming from different embassies. So that is what we are going to discuss in the upcoming session as well, that how they provide support to Indian startups as well, if you basically want to explore or launch your business in different markets. So we keep on conducting these types of programs, and the startups here are more than welcome. You can connect with us and we can help you connect with the relevant stakeholder, understand your needs, understand your issues, and then help you connect with different stakeholders and help you in whatever issues that you're facing. In the meanwhile, so Mr. Rajesh Bhagat has also joined from Hong Kong Trade Council, and Anurag sitting from Switzerland has also joined us here. So welcome all. And as we have our house full with our panelists and moderator, I would begin the session. So good afternoon, good evening, and a warm welcome to everyone. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce myself to the new participants that have joined this session. I am Pragya, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH, I would like to welcome and thank each one of you for becoming a part of this event. Returning to our panel discussion, which is on ready to explore the global market, it explores the factors that companies must consider while planning global expansion, and especially in a post-pandemic world. So what are the different types of government help available to different startups in different countries, and if they want to expand there? So to answer some of these questions, we have a panel of eminent speakers from embassies of different countries. So without wasting any more time, I would welcome and introduce Mr. Anurag Malu, an enthusiast whom I actually met during one of our international programs. So Anurag currently leads SeedStar in Asia Pacific and is on a mission to impact people's life in emerging markets to technology and entrepreneurship, with a focus on supporting impact entrepreneurs and investing in solutions achieving the UN global goals. He actively mentors early stage entrepreneurs globally across various organizations and networks like SeedStars, Unleash, TechStars, Startup Weekend, Founder Institute, and many more. He has done impact journeys to over 58 countries across 6 continents, and I'm sure the number is increasing every few months. So I would now request Anurag to introduce our panelists and take the discussion ahead. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Pragya. Thank you. Good to be, here and reconnecting with you. Hello, everyone. Very nice to meet you all. And I'm Anurag, and I work with SeedStars. As Pragya has mentioned, we work with entrepreneurs primarily in the global South and emerging markets. I've been into the entrepreneurship ecosystem for almost, I think, 9-10 years now, working on different sides of the ecosystem as a founder and also supporting entrepreneurs while building, the startup communities. And I think that has led me to, during the last, 5-6 years, as Pragya mentioned, I have traveled a lot. I think with the travel has also happened quite a lot with the working with startups, and especially in the region in Asia Pacific and Americas and Europe. And I think, and that kind of made me really think when I started interacting with these, countries and their goals, and seeing how every country has their goals to support, build their startup ecosystems. So a lot of interactions started happening around how do we help, startups in our country expand into new markets, into new geography, whether it's, Korean startups looking for expansion, or it's Danish startups or Nordic startups looking for expansion in new markets, or it's Latin American startups, Mexican startups looking for entering into other Latin American markets. So a lot of those conversations started, making me think there is a big opportunity around expansion. And in our role also at SeedStars, what we do is we also run a lot of expansion programs. But I think what I'll do in this, as panel is introduce all the panelists we have and how they have been supporting, startups and representing their country and creating more trade opportunities, between startups and their countries, and what are the schemes they have, as Pragya mentioned, what challenges they foresee, what challenges do they have seen startups kind of foresee. So we'll talk about various things. It'll be, I think, fun conversation, and please drop in your questions in the chat also as we interact. So with that, let me welcome quickly three of our esteemed panelists here. So let's start with Bernd Anderson. Bernd is the Commercial Attaché and Deputy Trade Commissioner at Advantage Austria at the Australian Embassy. So welcome, Bernd. You can say hello to everyone.
Hi, everybody. Nice to be here.
And followed by, we have Wendy D'Souza. She's Senior Vice President at Enterprise Ireland. Hi, Wendy. Good to have you here.
Hi, I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Wendy. And then we have Rajesh Bhagat. He's the consultant South Asia at Hong Kong Trade Development Council. So thank you, Rajesh, for joining.
Thank you, Anurag. And hi, everybody.
So awesome. So I think we have this fantastic panelists, who have been, involved with various countries and their trade missions, and at the same time in their roles, how they can drive more commercial activities between the startups and businesses in India and their countries. So let's start the conversation. I think the first question to start this is primarily, what are the factors that you keep in mind, when you are looking to identify if you want to do as Hong Kong or as, Ireland or Austria, if you want to do business in India. So what are the factors that you look at while entering or prioritizing a new market, either for the startups from that respective country to move into India or vice versa? So would love to hear from all the panelists, their thoughts around expanding, or exploring new markets. So I think any one of you could start, or I can just point to one.
Maybe could I start first?
Yes, Rajesh, please go ahead. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, I think one very, very important factor, while entering into any new market or exploring any new market is to decide whether the place is a market or a marketplace, because it's a very important thing to distinguish between a market and a marketplace. For example, there are certain hubs where they are not really a market, but they reach out to a wider market. So for example, Dubai can be treated as a marketplace, or Hong Kong can be treated as a marketplace within Asia. So like Hong Kong is treated as is said to be the Asia's world city. So you can reach out to actually many markets beyond Hong Kong, because Hong Kong itself is a very small 7 million people market. So it's very important to distinguish this. So whenever you are entering a market, you have to see the potential in terms of whether the market itself is there, or it is beyond that market that you're trying to reach out to. So having said that, I think another most important point is the ecosystem, which that market provides, because the ecosystem has to be very favorable, say, for example, for startups or for any new companies or for any company that wants to branch out. It has to have a very favorable ecosystem. And when I talk about ecosystem, it's not only ease of doing business, but it's also, whether there is a rule of law over there, or whether the contracts can be implemented. And that is where Hong Kong really provides a very strong platform, because it has the same common law that we have in India. And it also, contracts can be enforced very easily over there. In fact, Hong Kong has had the first international anti-corruption, commission over there set up. So that speaks a lot of volume regarding what that place can offer you as an ecosystem. Also, whether it speaks for us, especially from India, whether we feel more comfortable if English is, spoken language. More comfortable with that, and whether the international practices are, be formed over there. Also, Hong Kong is also has been rated as the third most important global competitive market. So even in terms of global competitiveness, one has to rank and see whether, globally, whether you are able to compete, and globally you are able to get the right ecosystem in place. Also, some of the other advantages is financial structure, finance, how easily you can access finance, in that market if you're looking at potential investors, whether it has got a good logistic hub, then ease of taxation, because many times you're always, there's always a system of whether you have a double taxation agreement with that particular region or country, and whether there is enough pool of talents or professionals available, and what type of a lifestyle, because at the end of the day, you also want to lead a good lifestyle. So I think these are some of, when I talk about ecosystem, I think this, there are a lot of other factors that come around this ecosystem. But another most important thing is whether that market brings you closer to your customers, or helps you to market your product or your services. That is also very, very important.
This is great, Rajesh. I think you've really touched upon some key points that I think any startup or any business should really look into while entering a new market. But I also saw there was a strong pitch coming towards, Hong Kong and how Hong Kong is the best place to business. So I think let's give chance to Ireland and Austria also to pitch. How they can convince the startups to build their businesses in their countries. So I think maybe Wendy, you want to step in here?
Yeah, so actually with Enterprise Ireland, okay, the tagline itself is innovation means business. Okay, so I think that speaks a lot. Enterprise Ireland is the trade body of the government of Ireland, and we totally believe that it's a country full of entrepreneurs. Anurag, you had made a very interesting comment. You said it's not only about Indian startups going overseas, but also looking at Irish startups coming to India. And we do help both. Okay, and we can talk about it a little more in detail later. Rajesh did mention about ecosystem, and that I feel is the most important factor that is required, because yes, you will have your product idea, you might have your funding, you might have everything in place, but if there is no ecosystem available, whether it's Irish companies coming to India or whether it's Indian startups going to Ireland. Okay, if there's no ecosystem to support your business, then you're not going to make it. And ultimately, you want to go to a country that's going to help you increase your profit line. Okay, that's the heart root of it. So we can talk more about, I mean, I can also go about saying Ireland is this, Ireland is that. Okay, but I think we leave that for later. I think most important is the ecosystem. And, I can give more examples of how the ecosystem in Ireland will help.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. No, I think we'll have more opportunity to talk about, the schemes and other things too later in the conversation. So thanks. Next, you want to jump in, Brian?
Yeah, sure. So I think a lot has been said already. Maybe a couple of things to add on to the way we approach it, right? So we support Austrian businesses around the world in their endeavors, and businesses of all sizes. And naturally, for the last couple of years or decades, even the innovation sector and the startup scene have been a vital contributor to the, let's say, economic growth and economic potential of the country. So we have a strong focus on that. And working with startups and thinking about where to go next or where to go global or when to go global, there are sort of three questions we want to get an answer together. Where, how, and who? And if you have answers to these questions, then it's already a good start because they're heavily interlinked. The where question, I mean, it seems kind of bland, but of course, why do you want to go to India? Why not Saudi Arabia? Why do you want to go to Mumbai? Why not to Bangalore? Why do you want to go to 3 countries? Why not just focus on 1 country? Like there are, you can go in many directions, but you have to be cautious about sort of the choices you make and the choices you not to make. Then the question of how is always a bit a tricky one. Do you just want to test the waters? Is it even worth it? Like how much money, how many resources are you going to invest in there? And then last but not least is the who. And the who is a question you have to ask yourself internally as well as externally. Internally, like, who's your staff? I don't know, do you speak the language? Do you have any affiliation with it? Is the country or the way you want to enter that country or that market, does that fit to the person? And then secondly, and also just as important, is who are your stakeholders that you're going to take along the way? You're going to have support from your own country. You're going to have support from your, let's say, your target country, from your host market, so to speak. So be very clear that you have all the answers that you need to all of these 3 questions, and then you can move forward.
I think this is awesome. I think the most important part is really knowing why you want to expand into certain market and doing your own homework. I think a lot of times we do our own homework and all, but still, like if we've never traveled to a new place, we're not aware of a lot of cultural nuances, business language, like a lot of challenges that are just like very even like related to soft skills, not necessarily skills can come in. So my next follow-up question would be to really understand, like, what kind of support these startups can seek from these trade agencies. Do you have some sort of schemes that you offer to startups, or any programs, structured programs that you have in place that startups can really leverage and get benefited from? Would love to more about any specific set of schemes of programs or benefits that you offer to startups to help move to the respective countries.
Can I take a stab at this first?
Yes, please go ahead, Wendy.
Okay, so we do have something called the competitive startup funds, and we normally call startups as high potential startups. And it's we would kind of give this competitive startup funds, and it's not only meant for Irish, it's also meant for Indian companies or any companies overseas. The funding is up to 50,000 euro. Okay, you have to have a viable, marketable product. Okay, so it's got to have that, and we do take a 10% stake in the company. So Enterprise Ireland is also a venture capitalist. Okay, so we fund Irish companies, we fund companies overseas. We've had a couple of companies from India already go, and trust me, it's really diverse. So we had something called Vada Pav. Okay, everybody knows what a Vada Pav is. And this person literally set up in Ireland to his own vada pav business, okay, and it's sold at all supermarkets. Then there's something else also, which is to do with like market XLS, which is basically does something with the share markets at real time. So those kind of companies have got funding from from Enterprise Ireland to kind of either set up in Ireland or do something in India itself. That is the kind of funding. There is also other supports that we give, okay, and not only Enterprise Ireland, but you have various other organizations in Ireland that would also help with various kind of funding and supports. Yeah.
Wendy, this is great. You've highlighted an example here of vada pav story. Would love to know more if there are more success stories both ways, either India to Ireland or any Ireland startups, Irish startups moving
there
to
are
India.
many. You'll not believe there are over. I mean, Ireland is a very small country. Everybody knows that. Okay, English-speaking country in the European Union, and we have over 200 companies that are there in India. Okay, many of them are startups. And when it's so what happens is when it's an Irish company, there is a lot more that Enterprise Ireland would provide. So if there's a company that's coming to India, and like somebody said, I think one of the panelists said that choosing your market. So we ask the Irish company which market and why. Okay. And then they can choose up to 3 global markets, and we give them something called a market discovery fund. So then you have a sustainable enterprise fund. So there is a lot of funding that the government of Ireland does provide. Okay. And when we're talking about the competitive startup fund, initially for say an Indian company, you would get 50,000 euros. But if at any point of time, they're able to get, in the second round of funding, if say the company itself can get 50,000 euros from somewhere else, we will match that. Okay, so there is various rounds of funding that is available. So there is for different things that we can do funding.
Thanks, Wendy. So I think what I've seen is Ireland there's good support to both the sides, but still there is more support to Irish startups moving to Indian market, considering it's big. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
And thanks, Wendy. I would love to hear from our friends from Austria and Hong Kong.
I'll just add on to that, since Austria shares a lot with Ireland, one of them being a small country in Europe, but packing a punch when it goes going abroad and having business around the world. So we are it's actually quite a good situation for us, because as we are relatively small, like our ways and connects are quite fast. So we have a lot of one-stop shop solutions in Austria. So basically, if you're a startup there, it's not that difficult to find out who you may want to work with. There are not that many unknowns. So one part is naturally we have the Austrian AWS, we call it the Wirtschaftsservice. They help startups in any stage they're in. So whether it's the idea seeking phase, the establishing a business phase, or the sustainable growth phase, or then later connecting phase, that's sort of agnostic towards whether they do business in Austria or do business abroad. Our focus is heavily on the abroad part. So one of that, my initial statement, I talked about those 3 questions that we need to answer as a startup: the where, the how, and the who. So we do have acceleration and incubation programs in Austria that help you to sort of scan the global market and see where you may want to lay your focus on. And then for regions, but also for some specific countries that have an innovation focus with us, we have specific programs. Some of those are landing zones, where you basically can come to a country and test the waters for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. Some of them have all set up programs with local partners, where we work together to find let's say a hybrid acceleration program there. Part of it can be done virtually, part of it can be done in person. So really, there are many choices to go ahead, of course, or to pick from. Of course, there are also, let's say, there's monetary support or there's funding available, as that is obviously always a crucial issue for companies at any stage, but specifically startups and scale-ups.
So a lot of focus is on startups and scale-ups, right? Obviously, I think once they're at that stage, they can think of expanding into newer markets. Makes more sense. So you mentioned there are some soft landing programs and then other capacity building programs, which has an acceleration programs, or incubation support. There are more kind of how long these programs are generally for. Is it important for startups to go through some of these programs to be able to access these funding or grants that are available, or can they direct, how do they go about this?
Well, so grants you apply for and that you receive are usually given to you for a certain amount of time, a certain period. If a global pandemic happens and you're not able to, let's say, actually move abroad and do the things, of course there's postponements, but that's it's specific to each individual case. Usually we have let's say federal funding programs that have a 2 to 3 year timeline. So within that timeline, you have to apply within that timeline, then you will get have the funding allowed, and then up to 2 to 3 years, let's say, you have time to make use of the available funds. So that's the funding part.
Got it.
And the acceleration programs, the landing zones, they range in between, I don't know, let's say 1 to 6 months is sort of the average standardized program. Everything going above that is more on an individual case basis.
Got it. And any success stories from Austria that you would like to highlight either way, either India to Austria or Austria to India?
Yeah, well, we have a couple. I mean, it's a pity. I'm working with some at the moment, but I'm not allowed to share much at that stage. I don't know. Like maybe there was one. It was a couple of years ago, not in India, but the way it worked. I was there in China, and we had a company that they called Living Farms, and what they do is they biodegradable waste at home, put that in a box, and in that box you have worms, I don't know, mealworms that eat it, and you basically can harvest those mealworms. You can dry them and fry them, put them in a salad, and they're high in protein and quite good for the environment. So some may I don't know, scare away from the idea of eating mealworms, but I tried their product. It's terrific and it's a great idea, and they've been growing immensely ever since. And that was sort of based through one of those programs.
Good, thank you. So no vada pav stories you have the warm stories. Let's move to Rajesh. Thank you for both of you for your inputs. Rajesh would love to hear obviously stories from Hong Kong and what Hong Kong has to offer.
So basically, of course, Hong Kong being a big financial center, it's it is the second largest private equity center in Asia after China. So a lot of startups can attract a lot of investor pool from Hong Kong. So that is one of the big attractions from Hong Kong. But besides that, we have the Hong Kong Startup Society, where there are established startup entrepreneurs who have pulled up their resources to help the other startups to gain from their experience. Then we have the Cyberport in Hong Kong, which is basically for funding. It's like a startup incubator which helps to have a lot of support programs for startups and funding for digital startups, for especially in fintech and smart living, AI, blockchain, and those type of technologies. And under that, we have the Cyberport Creative Micro Fund, which offers seed funding to startups for kickstarting ideas and developing prototypes. Then we have Cyberport Incubation Program, which offers really early stage Hong Kong startups, to sort of have some seed capital. And we also have a very large Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. Now this offers you a range of services, right from incubation to setting up your office or to raising funds. So we have over 1,000+ innovation and technology companies within the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. So a lot of, as I said, we offer, for startups, we really offer a very strong across the board ecosystem to help startups not only to raise funds, but also to market their products and services over there.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. I think following on that, because you mentioned, I think obviously Hong Kong is a big financial hub also. So what are the thematic or industry, areas that these trade missions focuses on in terms of when they are looking for startups? I'm assuming maybe Hong Kong will have more, inclination towards fintech or smart city and blockchain.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's
or do you have?
Yeah, so I think fintech is one of the major thrusts and initiatives, because we organize in every January, we organize something called the Asian Financial Forum, where we actually help matchmake, investors with project owners or people. And there we have this fintech showcase, so where we have fintech companies from all over the world looking for investment partners over there, and we help them matchmake with potential investors. So I think fintech, AI, blockchain, very rightly, as you said, these are the focus areas, where we, of course, there are other startups in food processing or in electronics. So those are some of the sectors that we, try to, but we are open to. It's not like we are focused on only as far as we ultimately, we at HKTDC, we try to facilitate even under the medical field also, so.
Got it.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Rajesh. Would love to hear from you also, and Wendy and Bernd here. Any thematic areas that you focus on, or industry-specific startups?
Bernd, why don't you go ahead? Then I'll start.
Sure. Well, one thing that we've noticed over past years, there's a very strong interest of the delegations coming to Austria in the green tech sector. So we have one of the highest share of renewable energy in our energy system, if not the highest in Europe. I'm not sure at the moment. So that's naturally, I don't know, something people notice. But we're leading in many fields regarding, for example, like green building. So building out of wood, for example, like we all know those small cabins made of woods, which are made of wood, which is nice. But in Austria, we actually perfected the craft of making big structures out of wood, which are not only, I don't know, relatively affordable to build, but also extremely durable and have a quite good ecological footprint. So naturally, that's one thing that we have seen a lot of demand or interest in. Seen a lot of interest in.
Got it. So there is a focus on both physical and digital, all sorts of, it's not limiting to one kind of a product.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Wendy, in Hong Kong?
So I think Ireland is known as a technology hub. Yeah, it is a technology hub. You have most of the IT companies that are based there. So I think artificial intelligence came out in Ireland almost 5-6 years ago. Okay, whether you're talking about AR, VR. So, they look at a lot of startups in that field. The other thing is it's also a financial hub. Okay, and we've seen a lot of financial services kind of startups also, coming out of Ireland or even setting up in Ireland. It's either ways. The last field would be your bio and biomedical kind of field, because there's a place in Ireland called Galway, which has all clusters of, the medical devices companies out there. A small country, but if you see the kind of companies that are based there, like over 1,000 MNCs are based there, and some of them were startups and they've grown out there. Okay, so yes, huge infrastructure for these kind of companies that we've seen.
This is great. I think just a follow-up question to what something Rajesh touched upon. He mentioned about this Asian Financial Forum in Hong Kong, and I think in the pre-COVID days, I think there were opportunities for startups and companies to engage with each other through festivals or exhibitions, trade conferences, startup conferences. Is this something still happening, or do you see that there are some good, like 1 or 2 big conferences or opportunities that startups should really consider, or in your respective countries that you would like to share? Like I remember Singapore, for example. Singapore FinTech Festival is a big one. A big opportunity that startups really go for to meet the local ecosystem.
So for Ireland, there is Made in Ireland, which is a big medical, devices kind of conference that's there. You also have the Web Summit, but I think now the Web Summit is moved out of Ireland and, it's kind of gone to somewhere else. But there are these kind of ones that are there. Okay. There are also kind of like Rajesh was talking about where you have these labs. Okay. So there's something called Dog Patch in Ireland, which is meant for startups. Okay, and that's where you see all the startups kind of being based, and that's in Dublin. You also have all these incubators on the various universities grounds. Like if you see Trinity College Dublin has Learnovate, and Learnovate is for e-learning. Then you have maybe a Tyndall, which is at University College Cork, and that's again computer science. Okay, you'll have Rubicon, which is part of Munster Technological University. And why these all have it is because the government of Ireland is gives funding to the institutions, and the funding that is there is to the tune of like 800 million euros. Okay, is given to all these universities, and that's why they have incubators. They support students and all that. Yeah, and just one point more is we also sometimes we have students who go to study in Ireland, and if they have a startup idea, we sometimes work with them from India itself, so that connect them with people who can help them in Ireland to kind of make those ideas into some kind of viable product or something like that. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks, Wendy. Anything on your end, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, surely. So Vienna is quite well known as a conference town and sort of a place where people all over to meet all over the world. So there are various festivals, conferences one can have a look into. There's the Up 21 for startups of any kind, and there is from my hometown, even in the southeast of Austria, it's the second biggest town in the city, Graz, is the 15 Seconds Festival. You can imagine that sort of like a Tomorrowland for innovation. Yeah, Tomorrowland for innovation. So it's quite crazy.
Very convincing.
Just get your mind blown there, and I mean. One could start a long list, but basically throughout the year, fingers crossed. Now again, we'll be able to meet and celebrate together in Vienna.
True, I think. And Rajesh, is there anything else apart from this Hong Kong? I think you mentioned one.
Yeah, the Asian Financial Forum.
Asian Financial Forum.
Yeah, so we also have something called the Startup Express, and. So where we we do a lot of mentoring and capacity building, and we help people to market their products or services.
Okay.
We have the Startup Express, and then we have the winners of the Startup Express, who then we try to take them to other startup ecosystems in different parts of the world, and then we try to matchmake them with different say Indian startups or with startups in the ASEAN countries, and then see how they can work together to create a bigger platform for there. So we actually do these startup missions from Hong Kong to other countries, and vice versa from India to Hong Kong, that way. So we play more of a facilitation role that way.
I'll put you all on spot. Is there something all of you would collaborate on and organize some collaborative startup missions?
I think that's of course, I think from Hong Kong side, we would be happy to collaborate, with everybody, because ultimately we are all working on similar objectives. So I think that could be a good possibility.
Anurag, I'll just step in here. I'm so sorry to barge in because you mentioned something of collaboration with all the countries. So before that, I need to meet with all the three panelists sitting here individually and collaborating something with the Atal Incubation Center, BIMTECH here, and working something for startups, I think.
No, absolutely. I think we will all need that. And I'm sure on the India side, they would love to work with you, and super enthusiastic already and the kind of opportunities they have. But nice. Yeah, I think I don't know how much time do we have, but I have couple of more questions, but I think I can start with this one more here, especially around, one of the key challenges startups face when they are moving to locally, ecosystems, as you said, like people need to have thorough understanding of the ecosystems. But once they are moved in there into a new market and they're looking for for the raising capital either from the local market, how easy or difficult it is for them to raise capital for their expansion into the respective countries you are representing here, and I think as part of it, the taxations related challenges, how easy it is for them to do business, and how difficult, or tricky the taxation related laws for them. If you could throw some light on it, that will also be, I think, very useful for the startups. And yeah, so anyone of you could start, whoever is ready. And I would also, request audience to drop in some questions if they have on the chat, so that we can look into it later on.
Sure. I mean, just to start out, so if you're interested in getting started in Austria at any stage of business, it's quite easy. There is the Austrian Business Agency that who help as a facilitator for you to get into Austria, and whatever the question related to that might be. So is it I don't know, how do I find a lawyer? What are the possibilities? What's different? I mean, if you have set up your mind, it's to go to Austria. Terrific, good job on you. And there's Austria Business Agency that helps you, let's say, get there. And then there are various organizations within Austria once you're there that help you grow together, probably with your own homegrown support network. So I think once you've decided on the market, there's plenty of help to get.
Thank you.
I think I agree with Bern. I mean, it's similar in Ireland. Okay, so once you've decided on Ireland, there's a lot of support system, very easy to set up a business out there. There's a lot of funding that is available. Various agencies, not only Enterprise Ireland, but there are other agencies that can also help with funding. If you're looking at recruiting people, out there locally, there are agencies that help with that. So, lot of support. Okay, one of the other big support is the Indian Embassy in Ireland. The Indian ambassador to Ireland is really pro doing, helping Indian companies come there. So he is a big help, and the Indian Embassy will also help with this.
That's a good insight to know, Wendy.
Hong Kong also, it's a place where it's very easy to set up your business. Frankly, sometimes, we have an organization called Invest Hong Kong, which is, works very closely with the Hong Kong Trade Development Council. So Invest Hong Kong actually, handholds companies and helps them to start up a business in Hong Kong. So all inbound investment into Hong Kong is looked after by Invest Hong Kong. And frankly, it's quite simple, because you can establish a company even with one director, and probably it requires probably less than a day to set up a company in Hong Kong. So it's very, very simple. The process is very simple. Of course, taxation point of view also, it has one of the lowest tax rates, Hong Kong. It has, I think, till almost 2 crore of rupees, you're paying only, profit tax is virtually 8%, 8.25%, and salary tax is about 7.5%. So it's really a tax friendly country, region. And also we have the Hong Kong Venture Capital Association. We have, so we have a lot of investor pool available, as I mentioned earlier, also in Hong Kong, which would be very attractive to, for startups to look at Hong Kong as a place to do business.
Great, thank you, Rajesh. Is there any questions from audience? Let me see. I don't see any. Pragya, do you have any questions that have been received from audience?
No questions here. But I'm sure, many of these questions we will receive at our email ID, and I think I might reach out to all the panelists here if I have any questions regarding their particular country and if any startup is looking basically to expand in their countries.
And so before I think we kind of close out the panel, just one thing I would like to ask is there anything, that you would like to highlight about, your missions, trade missions, and that you would like to share that we have been able to cover so far? Please feel free to, I think, do that. This is the time to make a pitch for your country. You will have 30 seconds. And I think that's what startups do. And this is the time for you to make that pitch, Hong Kong, Austria, and Ireland. 30 seconds you have, make a pitch for why startups should move to your country.
Anurag, you did not mention your time starts now.
Your time starts now.
Okay, so I'll start with Hong Kong. Basically, I'll not say why, but I can only tell you that we as Hong Kong Trade Development Council, we would be happy to facilitate startups from India to either meet potential investors or at least to help them to market their products and services. And we do that because HKTDC, we organize over 35 international trade shows and conferences in Hong Kong. And we have special startup zones in many of our conferences and trade shows. So we would be ideally in a position to help these companies to reach out to their markets. That is just a summary which I would like to mention that. And basically, TDC is really a not-for-profit organization. So we are not marketing it, but I'm just letting you know that these are the facilities that we offer to startups. Yeah.
Thank you, Rajesh. Time's up.
Yeah, sure.
Over to you. Who wants to go next? I think it seems Bernd is ready.
All right, sure. So, but basically, I'm going to throw two factors out there. So one, Austria is an extremely technology-driven country with a very strong industrial base. What does that mean? If you are a startup that has a great technology, not only will you have partners in Austria that understand and will want to use your technology, you're also going to find the staff that will be able to improve on your competitive advantage and thrive on that. So highly recommend any tech experts to go for Austria, as you will be able to apply all the technology there. And secondly, just take a look at the map of Europe. Austria is right in the center there, and we have a strong, long history of connecting the East and the West within Europe. So Austria is a great first step to take into the market, and from there, the world is open. You may go east, you may go west, you may go south or north. Any of that is possible, and Austria is the place to do that.
I'm convinced, but I'm definitely going in 10 days.
You're just coming for the Tomorrowland of innovation. I can see that, but that's also good. Yeah.
Oh my God! And I normally tell everybody that Ireland is in the center of the world. Now I'll have to keep seeing the map again to see where Austria and where Ireland is. Okay, I think
Hong Kong is in the center of Asia also.
Okay. So I'm going to take a little different angle. Okay, so for me, it is basically the population in Ireland is a young population, just like the population in India. And if startups are looking at talent, there's a ready talent pool out there. And secondly, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland is Leo Varadkar, who is Indian origin. So it speaks a lot about the opportunity. And he's a very young, Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland. So it speaks a lot about the country. Okay, and they'd like to integrate. So why not come to Ireland, and maybe your future could be up in the ladders, in the ranks of the government itself.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. I think we're about to close. Just let me see if there are a few questions. So I think there's a question from Amit that he has done a proof of concept for Novartis Ireland, and they would like to expand there. So Wendy, how can they go about this?
Okay, like what Rajesh has said, we also have an investment arm into the government of Ireland, which is called IDA. Amit, I suggest, contact me. I'll put you in touch with IDA, because they are the ones who would help you kind of set up over there and, kind of get in touch with Novartis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wendy. And thanks, Amit, for your question.
I think Anurag, we just have one more question. I think from Vijaya, he would like to know like what is the tax system in different countries. So his query is that how much tax in other country. So I mean, I think that is when a startup would like to launch their business in your countries. Then what is the system of tax? So anyone, please feel free.
So the corporation tax in Ireland is 12.5%. It's considered pretty low, and that's why we have so many companies that have set up in Ireland. So that's what the corporation tax is.
I think in Hong Kong, I already mentioned that we have two slabs up to 2 crores. It is for salaried people, it is 7.5%, and for corporate tax, it is 8.25%. And above that, it is 15% and 16.5%. So we have two slab rates.
Unfortunately, I'm not too. I won't be able to compete with those tax rates as let's say Ireland and Hong Kong are notoriously known for their going as low as possible. But in Austria, the focus is more on sort of what you get as a support system around there, and therefore I can highly recommend it. But no, it's a bit north of 20%.
No, there is no way we can evade those taxes.
Exactly, but I mean, yeah, taxes won't be the only reason you're going to go anywhere.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think it's been a great panel, and I really enjoyed having this conversation with you. And I look forward to continuing this chat. I have so much more questions myself to learn more about this. But thank you once again for sharing all the insights with the startups here. And yeah, thanks, Bern, Wendy, and Rajesh and Pragya. I will let you take over again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anurag, and thank you so much to all the speakers for making this panel discussion so lively and enlightening, I would say. And on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. I'm grateful to the speakers in the panel, Ms. Wendy, Mr. Rajesh, and Mr. Byrne for sharing their experiences and providing valuable insights. And a huge thank you to Anurag for moderating the panel discussion in such an exceptional manner. Thank you so much, Anurag.
It was fun. Thank you. It was fun. See you, everyone.
In the end, I would just like to also thank our host institution, Birla Institute of Management Technology, and our 90+ corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partner, GIMS Greater Noida, and our outreach partners and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. So thank you so much. Thank you all the speakers. And I'll just take this, I'll take the liberty to, just announce on this platform that I would really like to meet all the speakers here in person. I know COVID situation, you never know when COVID takes a turn, and then I might not be able to meet you guys. So I might reach out to you again and meet you in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
I would request all the audience to please stay connected with us as our next panel, as our next fireside chat session, I should say, is about raising funds for expansion, which is at 5:45 p.m. So please stay connected, stay tuned. Thank you so much.
In the meantime, let's again continue with the conversation that we're having with the audience. So I think there's one question which has come in. We'd like to have your email IDs from Vijaya. So Vijaya, I think the team has been posting out there that you can reach out to us at, let me just kind of put it out there so that everybody gets to see the email ID that you need to reach out to in case you have got any questions or you would like to reach out to any of the speakers. So it's team@aicbimtech.com. Okay, so it's there in the chat box also. You can take a note of it. And if you have any specific questions for any of the speakers later on also, you can reach out to us. And going on ahead, talking about the incubation system here in India and also about what AIC BIMTECH is doing for the startups. So as well as students and the potential entrepreneurs. So it's like there's an entire range that is there So starting from the time that you have an idea, so you could be anybody. So you could be a student, you could be a person who is already employed but wants to start their own business, but you want to check the validity of the idea that you have, whether it's really going to work in the market or not. So starting with an idea, how do you grow it up to a prototype and then take it to market, the first level of revenues that you get, and then how do you like expand into different markets? Not necessarily that you have to think about global markets. Of course, we are talking about global markets here today, but even within the country itself, each of the states that we have different methods of dealing with the way that you expand. So Kerala might differ completely from the way things are carried out in you have Haryana. So how do you deal with the culture? So all these things are part of the sessions that we take here in the incubator. So understanding the culture, understanding consumer behavior, the psychology of it. So all these things are required when you have your own venture and when you're trying to grow up, right? So over to Abhinav. Abhinav, maybe you could take the audience to the slides that we have. We have like exactly 7 to 8 minutes before the next panelist joins in from Singapore. So those who have been with us since morning, you might have seen the plethora of speakers coming in from various different countries. And we do have access to most of these people. So understanding about the kind of schemes and the grants and the market access programs that these countries have for you. So please do think about it. And in the meantime, I also suggest that start thinking about the different states also. So not just about the different countries, but about the different states also. So yes, Abhinav, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before actually moving on to the presentation, there is a question that we have received now too, which you would like to answer beforehand. So first is an inquiry regarding when the next coach cohort is going to start, and is it going to be online or on site? So the next coach cohort, the launch is something that we are planning by 1st of May. And in order for it to start from 1st of May, the applications and the entire process will start by 1st of April. So the information regarding where to apply, how to apply, what the criteria is going to be and everything, that will be shared with you by the 1st of April. Because we have your email IDs, we hope you'll allow us to reach out to you through your email IDs and let you guys know the information exactly when it is happening. So that's that. Adding on to that, it's going to be a completely online program, though the startups who are a part of the program are completely welcome to be at the incubator during the course of the program. So for you to successfully go through the program, it's not mandatory for you to be physically at the incubation center. However, if you want to be there, if you want to work from there, if you want to meet the team, for all of those purposes, you are more than welcome to come and visit us, come and join us at the incubator physically. So I hope that answers your question. And then we are having another question: how to apply for seed fund scheme? Okay, so for the I think you're talking about the Startup India seed fund scheme. In order for you to apply for that particular scheme, you have to go and visit the Startup India Seed Fund page on the Startup India website. I think in next 2 or 3 minutes, I'll be able to share the URL from where you can go and make that application. And as far as the eligibility criteria for the seed fund scheme is concerned, primarily any startup who is registered for less than 2 years or 2 years are only eligible to apply. Any startup who is older than 2 years is not eligible for getting the seed fund scheme. So that is the criteria. Apart from that, you should be DIPP registered. So that is the second criteria. There are a few more things that you can go ahead. The entire eligibility criteria and the list is again shared on the same page. So you can go and check it out for yourself. One more question. Yeah, ma'am, you're saying something?
Anil has posted out there where you can go to for the seed fund from the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. But adding on to what Abhinav has said, that the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is for the startups which are less than 2 years. But for those who are more than 2 years, there's another fund with us from the MSME. So anybody who is older than 2 years can apply for that. And there also you have an extent of funding from 15 lakhs to more than 1 crore. So depending on the kind of sector that you are in and the details of your venture, so you can look at it and have and apply for it. So below 2 years, go for the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. And if it's more than 2 years, you can think about the MSME Seed Fund Scheme, which is there. And for those, like I said, those who are just thinking about starting their own ventures, people who are potential entrepreneurs or students who are thinking about starting their own ventures. So the incubator itself has got a lot of programs, and the first 2 levels are actually free. The coach program and the Prarambh program is not paid. It does not take any equity. It does not take any fees. So that's there. So, and Abhinav, maybe you can explain about it a little bit more. And there was another question which came in about philanthropic organizations. So would you like to answer this, or shall I take it up?
I think I can take it up. So basically, just to answer this in a manner that everyone is very clear about it once and for all, we do not have any problem in taking up any social impact startup. We do incubate them, and as far as the collaboration, for that particular purpose and funds which usually are interested in making such investments, do we have any collaboration with them? Yes, we do. We are having many partners in our network, who are working in this particular direction and empower the social entrepreneurs. And but again, it completely depends on case-to-case basis of how these networks can be leveraged. So yes.
Adding on to what Abhinav has said, so there are a lot of funds other than the philanthropic organizations that you're talking about. So if we have to mention it, I'll just give an example of GIFT funds. So it's a Singapore-based impact fund which is there. So it invests basically in social impact ventures. And so, I mean, there's a panel of people like that. So it's not a problem at all. But the thing is that, of course, your own venture should have that kind of impact, and it should be able to create the value that these investors are looking forward to. Right. Back to you.
We have another question, ma'am, actually. Pretty interesting one. So Bharat is asking if their organization is planning to set up a new incubation center. So is there any program you run to support new incubators? So luckily, we have created a program where we are planning to provide the assistance in terms of support and consultants to the new and upcoming incubators. And this support is extended over a period of a year. So yes, we do have a program. To get more details of the program, I think I would ask Anil sir to share his contact details, and maybe you can directly be in touch with him. You will be able to get more clarity on regarding the detailed structure of how we are doing it. Hopefully it helps.
Yeah, it's basically a hand-holding program. I mean, mostly what happens is that when when organizations think about starting their own incubator, they don't have much of a clue like how to start, when to start, where to start. So this program has been created specifically for them. So it takes you on a step-by-step journey throughout a year wherein hand-holding happens, sessions happen, trainings happen, a lot of workshops happen. So all these things are taken care of. And the idea is that by the end of a year, you should be running on your own. I mean, you should be able to take over all the operations and go ahead and sustain yourself. So that's the basic idea behind this program. Right. So like Anil has already put it out there. So you can reach out to him for more details on how this program is being run. And you can take it up from there. There's a question from Nirmala. How are ideas protected during Khoj and Prarambh if they are at a pre-patent stage? Okay, so yeah, Abhinav.
They are not. If I put it very bluntly, they are not protected. And to elaborate a bit more on that, the ideas which require patent basically are dealt with a lot of seriousness and sincerity. And so the details regarding the idea are not divulged to the stakeholders with whom we do not have we do not have an agreement, right, regarding under which they cannot share the details of the startups or the ideas of the startups with some other entity. So that's how we try to protect it to a certain level. Howsoever, and I would like to specifically add on to that, there are many other stakeholders with whom we do not have such documented MOUs or contracts. So in those scenarios, in case if during the point of any point in the program, if you like to have the support of such stakeholders, that is going to be a little tricky regarding for you to actually go and have those have those support structure utilized properly. So that's that. But yes, as far as the incubator itself is concerned, we take all the care and precaution, so that till the point of time where you do not have a properly filed patent, at least not in the process, it doesn't get shared with entities who can copy it. And again, the ecosystem is something which we have developed, tried to develop in a certain way that only trusted partners, only trusted people are a part of the ecosystem. So that should not be a concern. While also adding on to that, it's truly next to impossible to actually protect your ideas. I mean, until and unless it's certain IP that is created properly and it is eligible for that. But other than that, in general, ideas are very difficult to keep safe in case if nothing is being built upon it properly. So yeah, that is also one of the things.
See, ultimately, Nirmala, the thing is that ideas, anybody can have it, but then how you go about implementing it and how you go about processing the idea is the most important. So a person, 10 different people having the same idea, but they will go about implementing it in 10 different ways. So an idea cannot be protected, but then the way you do it, that can definitely be taken care of. Okay, because the process is with you. The implementation is with you, how you are going to take that idea to the market. So that's where the difference comes in.
We also have another question, which is, do you have a program for HNIs who want to become angel investors?
Okay.
So yeah.
Go ahead,
we do have a program that we have curated, but then it is completely based on individual interests which are shown for it. The entire program goes through, the finer understanding of how startups work, at what stage, at what risk, as a new investor should you be investing. Certain terminologies, how risks are associated, how exits are planned, what should be the criterias on which you are making those decisions, at least a broader understanding of it. I mean, later on, it's the complete independent and individual decision of the person finally taking the call. But then, yeah, what are the measurable metrics that can be taken into account while making this decision? And again, how to start, what are the different legal entities that can be created around it, etc., etc. So yes, there is a detailed program available. I would like you to refer to the email ID shared by Anil sir. I'll just copy and paste it again for any query that you want to forward to us on those lines.
So you have two email IDs with you, anil.singh@aicbimtech.com and team@aicbimtech.com. So for those who are interested in the incubation program, I'll suggest that you reach out to team@aicbimtech.com. And for those who are interested in creating incubators of their own or anything which is beyond the incubation programs, please reach out to anil.singh@aicbimtech.com, because then you will get the individual attention which is required for these kind of questions, right? So, so we are reaching the start of the next session. Do we have the speakers joining us? John has not yet reached.
Yes, ma'am. He will be joining in a minute or two. We still have.
Okay, so no problem. So Anisha has is already there, and yes. So maybe we can take a minute or two to talk about the Sambhav program that we have and ATPAR, which is there. So Abhinav, would you like to talk about it? The Sambhav program.
Sure, ma'am.
This is a slightly different program than the 4 programs that we have been talking about. So Sambhav is basically for the physically challenged and the persons with disabilities. So this is our give back to the society. So anybody who's out there who knows such a person or who would like to apply for this program, Abhinav is going to tell more about the details. So yeah, so go ahead, please.
So in collaboration with this entity known as AtPar, we conducted a 1-month program, which actually was a bridge program between person with disability entrepreneurs, PWD entrepreneurs, and our pipeline of the programs that we have. So for these people to be at a stage where they can envision, their ideas or their ventures and take them to the next step rather than just focusing on their day-to-day survival. With that particular intent, we started this program, and the intent is to go through the existing businesses that they're doing, solving their immediate problems, which would enable them to actually take their focus from survival to growth, where it can actually grow and how the potential of it is something which can be met. So with that intent, this program has dedicated mentors, industry-specific mentors. Maybe it's too early to call them industry-specific rather than business-specific mentors who actually come in, who are at a, let's say, higher pedestal of the businesses that these entrepreneurs are doing, to tell them, what lies in the next step. So for that purpose, in case if there is,
just adding on to what Abhinav has said, this is a completely free program and there's no charge, nothing is taken, no fees, no equity, nothing. It's basically like that we would like to make sure that the people who are there from this particular category are also given the opportunity to grow their ventures. So like I said, if you know anybody who's there who would like to apply for this program, please make sure that they reach out to us, and we'd like to help them in this journey. So we have John here. So it's good morning, good evening, and I think it's pretty late night in Singapore.
It's around 8 p.m.
Right, absolutely. So it's evening here and night there in Singapore. But thank you for joining us. It's actually a pleasure that you could come on to this particular session. And I'll hand it over to Pragya to take it forward. And yeah, Anisha is already there.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Welcome, John, and thank you for joining in. And so unfortunately, Karanbir, as you know, is not well and he'll not be able to moderate the session. But then we have Anisha here from our team who would be joining and would be moderating the session with you. Welcome, John, and over to you, Anisha.
Okay, thanks, Pragya. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before I proceed, I would like to express my immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, dignitaries, and all participants present here. I am Anisha Krishna, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH, I feel privileged to welcome and thank each one of you for being part of our special event, Amalgam 2.0. As the session unfolds, unique and insightful as it sounds, I feel humbled to honor and appreciate all gathered here for our next panel discussion, raising funds for expansion. This topic entails the strategies regarding fundraise that needs to be tweaked or kept in view if one has a business plan and wants to amplify in order to grow exponentially. So there will be thought-steering learnings from the experience of our today's session. So I welcome on stage Mr. John Lim, partner at Meet Ventures, and also a guest lecturer at National University of Singapore, as well as at Singapore Institute of Technology. He's an experienced professional in the startup and innovation sector. He began his career at SG Innovate and KPMG Innovate before moving on to start his own practice. He now helps corporates and growth stage startups to work together for win-win outcomes. Throughout his career, John has reviewed thousands of pitch decks and worked with hundreds of startups. Some of the programs he managed include WinArc Accelerator, Long Hash Accelerator, Cisco Innovation Program, IBM Watson Innovation Program, and many more. These all programs have been pertaining to big data, blockchain, IoT, AI, etc. He has also managed travel to CE Market Access Program and the CE Anchor Market Access Program. John has been invited to judge at various regional pitch competitions and speak at multiple conferences as well. So some of this pitch competition includes Project Kairos 2018, Win in Nanjing Pitch Contest 2019 and 22, Startup Elevate 2019, Shuzhou Venture Contest 2020, and Slingshot 2020 and 21. He was also keynote speaker at Yale NUS China Summit 2019, Maritime Port Authority Singapore Innovation Summit 2019, and TEDx Newton 2022. During his free time, John volunteers as a mentor at ProTeach and Social Impact Catalyst. He is a firm believer that every person has the potential to succeed and that people are the key to organization success. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. John to speak few words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me to speak today. And thanks, Anisha, for the very detailed introduction. Yeah, so very happy to come and share a little about this topic. Thanks a lot. And thanks for this opportunity as well. So I guess Anisha has really given a very in-depth background about myself. So I probably wouldn't share too much more. But pertaining to today's panel discussion and topic, I guess my firm and I, who have been engaged to help different kinds of startups to expand overseas, and in the midst also, we do help them to raise some funds here and there. And hopefully today I will be able to share some nuggets of learnings with everyone, right? And hopefully if any of you here have anything to ask, I'll be able to share a little. And if you all have any insights to add as well, happy to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yes, definitely. I won't be surprised if the topic has added much to everyone's evoked interest already. So without any further delay, I would like to begin the session to take the intriguing discussion ahead. So, sir, here we go. So let's start this conversation with few questions, and please let us know your thoughts. So tell us a bit about Meet Ventures.
Okay, so Meet Ventures, we are an innovation consultancy firm. There's two things that we do. One part is we help corporates, government agencies to support their startups and help them to work with startups. So that's the first part. In the process of our work, we have been engaged by, for example, the Korean government agency, Korean tourism organization to help travel tech startups, for example, expand into Southeast Asia. And in the process, we also introduce them to various networks in Southeast Asia. We introduce them to investors. We help the Series B startups even to expand into this part of the world. So when they come in, there are definitely a few things they're looking for. Funding is one of them. But apart from funding, I think they're also looking for connections. They're looking to set up their initial team. And these are all things that we support them with. So that's the first part of what we do. The second part of what we do is that we also run an in-house incubator. And in this in-house incubator, we do also invest in some startups. These are earlier stage startups. So these are not startups probably that are still focusing on their local markets instead of really looking towards expansion. So not yet expansion, more of local markets. Yeah, so these are some of the things that we do. We also help corporates. So we have one client that's a listed company in Japan. We are helping them to work with some startups, and these startups are generally from Asia, other parts of Asia like Singapore, Malaysia, for example, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and they are already ready. They are at a stage whereby they are ready for expansion. So they are looking to expand into Japan, and that's where this listed company from Japan comes in to help them in return for some kind of a partnership arrangement.
Okay, thank you. That was so insightful. However, while talking about helping the initial stage startups to run through the running in-house ICs, incubators, and also regarding the market and expansion, I am just curious to know that what are some of the challenges that companies face while trying to raise funds for expansion? Any views?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I think there's always two things, right? The first is balancing of their time management, because they have a business to run. Usually at the expansion stage, things are getting very busy, right? You have clients to manage, you have to manage your customers, you have to get more clients, you have to hit your growth targets. And at the same time, you also want to raise funds for expansion. So managing your time in between, I think that's one of the critical factors. And usually the founders that are successful in this, they have very good discipline in terms of their time management. So what they usually do is that they have one member in their core team that is usually assigned to fundraising. So this could be their CFO, could be their CEO, and their full-time role for that 2 months is just fundraising. So they are meeting with investors day in, day out, and they continue to try to get the investors to meet them and close the round, the entire round, within 2 to 3 months. So I guess that's one. Second challenge, I guess, would be answering 3 whys, 3 questions. Why now? And why expand into this particular market or country? And the third question is, why me? So I think for startups, if they are able to explain why now, like for example, is there a certain trend to show that this is the best time for expansion into this particular country, and I'm the best person to do so, then they'll be able to have higher chances of securing the funding that they want. But those that don't succeed, those that face the challenges, are usually the ones that are not able to put across a very good narrative on why now, why this particular market, and why me.
Okay, that's so intriguing. So, in a nutshell, what you try to explain that with regarding we generally the early stage startup, they face 2 kinds of challenges, like regarding clients and fund, that is through investors, and maintaining the balance in between. And however, regarding this proposition, I would like to ask, which is come naturally to my mind, that when should a company decide to expand themselves?
Yep. When should when should they decide to expand themselves? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it really depends. It really depends. Generally, I would say that when a company has achieved product market fit, that is usually a good time for expansion. Product market fit refers to when they are able to ensure that there is really a good demand for what they are trying to sell, right, for their services, for their solutions. And I guess another question to ask is also, in terms of the country of origin. So currently we have one portfolio. We have one portfolio company. The founder studied in Singapore, but he was originally from India, actually. So very interesting, because he got a scholarship to study in Singapore, and that was how I got to know him. I was actually mentoring him. So when he graduated from university, he's a very smart guy, right? He got a scholarship and he was studying. He did very well in Singapore, but he decided not to go for a full-time job. He decided to start his own company. So I invested a bit of money into him, into his startup, but more into him as a person, because I believe in his vision. So right now, even though he's still based in Singapore, but most of his operations, most of his sales actually comes from India. And I think that is also the reason why is also because India is such a big country and such a big market. So I guess when we look at expansion, we need to ask ourselves as well, which country is your local market big enough, right? If there's still a lot of room to grow in your local market, then maybe there is no hurry to expand. I'll give another example. So for example, in Singapore is a very small market, right? Our entire population, there's probably 5 or 6 million people. So if you are doing like a B2C, you definitely need to look out of Singapore, because the local market is not big enough to support the business into something that's really, really very big. So that's why for Singaporean startups, usually they, within the first 2 years, 1-2 years, once they achieve product market fit locally, they are looking to expand overseas. But I do know of some startups that have made it a conscious decision not to expand so quickly. And the reason is because they want to get a larger market share within their own home countries before they decide to expand out. And there are also startups that have pursued this strategy, and they have done very well, because there is actually a home ground advantage in a sense that you know your own country best, you know your own market best, and you know the customers from your country best. And so if you are able to get a larger percentage, right? If you are able to get the next 100 clients from your own home country, and there's still a lot of room to grow, it might make more sense to focus that energy on growing your home base rather than expanding too quickly into another market and splitting your resources. Because when you go overseas, usually there will be additional costs. The cost of hiring, the cost of setting up will be higher than as expanding internally within your home country. So I guess these are two key factors to consider. One is a product market fit, and second is how big is your home market.
Okay. I totally agree with you, John, that we know our country best. And I would like to thank you for looking at India as an emerging market hub. So, and however, moving ahead, so I would like to ask you, is it really important for a startup to be profitable, to be able to raise funds?
Okay, I think to be revenue generating, definitely yes, because to raise funds, I think it depends on what kind of funds. If you're looking for angel funding, you're looking for an angel investor who believes in you, probably even if you go to them with an idea, it could potentially work, right? But if you're looking for anything beyond that, like a seed funding, etc., beyond that, usually investors would like to see that you have you have at least sold something, you have some revenue. But it doesn't mean that you have to be profitable, right? Profitable and revenue generating is two separate things. So I'll give an example. Like in Southeast Asia, there are some unicorns, huge companies that are not yet profitable. So they have raised, a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe even $1 billion, right? But they are not yet profitable, right? But the reason why they are able to raise so much is because they have proven that they have been able to get consistent traction. That's one. And secondly, they have a path to profitability. Eventually, every single company, every single startup, if you want to be a sustainable business, you have to be profitable at the end of the day. But you don't necessarily have to be profitable right at the onset. Sometimes it's possible to not be profitable, but because you want to, put higher priority on growth, put higher priority on user acquisition. So all the money that you earn, you put it back into the business. You try to get higher numbers, get more customers, right? Improve the customer service, improve the product, and maybe that's why it's not yet profitable. It's still loss making. But as long as you're able to prove that once you hit a certain a level, right? Once you hit a certain stage of growth, then things will change and your business will start becoming profitable. I believe that there will be investors that might buy that story and will invest. And I guess this is not only in the startup world. I think if you look at some of the corporates, they have been pursuing this strategy as well. If you look at Amazon, or if you look at like Google, right? They've been known to start their own internal startups. So they have a lot of internal companies, internal subsidiaries that they create. And usually when they start these internal companies, profitability is always the ultimate goal, but it's never the first thing. The first thing that they focus on is always about the customer really loving their product and ensuring that they get growth, they get the users, and once they are able to achieve that, then the profits will come later on. So I guess that is how most startups work, right? They focus a lot more on growth. So I guess for expansion, profitability is not necessary, but if you have achieved profitability, will it be a plus point? The answer is definitely it will be a plus point. So.
Okay. Yeah, pretty interesting. So the major takeaways from your points is it is not necessary to be profitable on onset, but definitely we should keep this long-term picture there. We are basically targeting our customer retention, and if they are there, we definitely will be profitable as we expand, right? So while hovering around this funding and profitability issues, I just want to, can you shed some light that how a startup can get funding outside the big hubs? As you mentioned that the landing up cost or setting up cost is pretty much higher out of home, right? So can you please shed on the light that how a startup can get a funding outside the big hubs?
Yeah, so I think that's a very good question, and I think so. I come from a region in Singapore is surrounded. It's Southeast Asia. This part of the world, we term it as Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, there are so many different countries, all with different amounts, different levels of GDP per capita, right? And Singapore, we are quite lucky, although we are quite small. But, I mean, generally the people here, we have quite a lot of investors. There's a lot of funding here, and there's a lot of capital flowing around. And I think that is the reason why we see also a lot of Southeast Asian startups coming over to Singapore when they are raising funding. Some of them, they even set up a company in Singapore. So their operations might be based in their home country, etc. But some of them, they set up a base in Singapore just so that they are able to tap onto the funding here. So I think this also relates to many other kind of, startups from other parts of the world as well. You see there are accelerators, investors like Y Combinator, where they only run their accelerators in the US, but they get their startups from all over the world. So startups that want to raise funds from them, right? And they are the biggest accelerator in the world. What they do is that they get you to go to Silicon Valley, and they run a program there. They help you to grow, and they invest in you. After that, you can go back to your home country. But I think that is one good example of how startups can actually go overseas. I mean, you are still operating, you are getting your source, everything is local, but you can go overseas to get the funding, right? And then after that, come back. There are VCs, that are also looking at specific countries, like India. They are looking at like Southeast Asia, for example, but they might not be based. They might be open to investing in these regions, but they might not be based there. So it's also important to take a look and to see which are the investors that we can approach to get money from them. Another group that I think sometimes people miss out is that if you are still at the early stage, right, then probably raising money from angels or super angels might not be bad. So at Meet Ventures, we represent some family offices as well. And one of the family offices that we are helping them to scout for startups is actually the family office of one of the top 10 billionaires in China. So they invest from seed stage all the way to Series C. So for startups like that, the startups that go to them, and for family offices like that, they actually have more firepower than some VCs, because these are backed by very huge family or multi-family funds, right? And they have a lot of money. They might have a certain kind of startups that they like. It could be, for example, in impact. It could be even geographically related. Maybe they might like startups from a particular geography. They want to diversify their portfolio, right? Maybe they come from a particular country. Maybe they are from US, for example, or from China, or somewhere else, or Japan. And these people, they want to have portfolio of startups from other regions as well. So family offices like that, if you fit into their profile, you can try reaching out to them. But of course, getting to the front door is not going to be an easy task. But what I'm trying to say is that there are actually avenues out there like that. And some of these PE funds, some of these family offices, they might have more money and more flexibility to invest than even the VCs. And sometimes VCs go to them as well to raise funds for their next fund. So yeah, I guess these are some of the avenues for fundraising, right, outside the typical sources of funding like VCs in the home country. Look overseas, right? Look overseas. Look to other countries. You can try to raise funds there. Look to super angels. Look to family offices. Look to maybe even like some of the PE firms. Yeah, so long as they have capital, they are looking for good startups to deploy it to.
Okay. I'm really glad to hear that Singapore enjoys relatively comfort space regarding fundraising access or avenues in various ways it provides to startups or the budding entrepreneurs. So, so after talking about this entrepreneur and the investment opportunities which it provides, another question which is coming into my mind that what an entrepreneur should consider when it does investor due diligence, and when and why you should approach a venture capitalist early in the process.
Okay. Okay, I think there are two questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
there are two questions.
yeah, but thanks for the questions. I think they are very relevant. The first question I believe is what the startup should look out for.
Yeah,
What
regarding
founders
investor due
look out
diligence. Yeah.
when looking for investors.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so very interesting question, because now it's not the investors, what the investors look for in a startup, but what a startup should look for in an investor.
Exactly. Exactly.
I think there's always this term called smart money. Every startup is hoping to find, or every founder, entrepreneur, and fundraising is trying to get smart money, right? Smart money in the sense that they want investors that can not only provide money but also provide other access to other opportunities. To be very honest, from a perspective of VCs, there are some VCs that also have operational partners that support. Some VCs actually do quite a bit to support their startups. So what I mean is that you have to do your research. Some VCs are specialized in certain verticals, and that is because their partners, the partners that started these VCs, they were originally from these industries, and they have a lot of industry contacts over here. These are usually specialized VCs. So for example, if you are in a property tech, you are running a prop tech startup, property tech, right? Construction, real estate, and you go to a specialized VC that is only investing in prop tech startups. Usually, this VC that specializes in this industry will have certain industry connections that can actually help you beyond just giving you money. They might know the industry very well, and they might be able to give you advice that can help you in your business. They can actually even help you in your potentially in your strategy. And these are also the VCs that may be able to connect you with potential clients as well. So I tend to think that most of the VCs that are specialized, and if you look at the partners' background and the people they hire, the people leading these VCs, if they have very strong expertise in this particular area, generally they tend to be smarter money. They tend to be the people who might be able to help you. Another form of smart money would probably be when you reach out to angels. Angels are a bit different from VCs. VCs, they do a portfolio play, right? So when they invest in you, they invest in 10 other startups. And probably you are one out of the 10, 20 startups they invest in per fund that they raise. So, but when you go to an angel, generally the relationship is a bit different, because they are taking the money out of their own bank account, right? No matter how rich they are, it is their own money. And then that's where you really need to see who's the angel, right? If this angel, for example, is like, once again, using the example of a property tech startup, right? If you're running a property tech startup and you go to the boss of a construction firm or the largest real estate developer in one of the largest real estate developers in India, for example, in a particular country, and you say that, and that person is interested in investing his own money, right? Or maybe this person might not be the owner, but maybe this person is like a very senior executive, a CXO in this company, or a VP, SVP, and this person is looking to invest. This person might have the context to be able to help you to grow. So I would consider that smart money as well. That's something else. But I think for generous VCs, if you're approaching generally to other VCs, other investors, one of the best ways to find out whether the VC or the investor is good is to speak to the portfolio companies. So speaking to the other startups that have been invested by them, talking to the other founders, you'll kind of get a clue of how is the investor like, right? Is the investor the kind that likes to micromanage and likes to, just chase you for numbers, whether you have hit your KPI every week or every 2 weeks? or are they the ones that are a bit more nurturing, a bit more supportive in different ways, right? So I guess talk to other portfolio companies. You don't have to let the investor know that you have spoken to other portfolio companies, but you can just connect with them on LinkedIn, just have a chat, right? And I guess that's probably the best way to get a good gauge. Another form of due diligence that you can do on investors is understanding where does that investor stand at the moment, right? How well are their portfolio companies doing, and whether right now how much funds do they have left to deploy? Because at different stages of a fund's life, usually when a VC launches a new fund, they have a few years to deploy it. If you are reaching out to them at the beginning of that fund's life, generally they have more money to deploy. But if you are reaching towards the tail end, or maybe the fund has already expired, then maybe they don't really have that much money left to deploy. So that's another thing that maybe you can take note of as well.
Yeah, I do agree, and it is pretty interesting insights you give. So the buzzword is smart money, but still, if you want to approach a VC, you do proper due diligence regarding their profile checkup. So coming to the next question, how and a startup should know if their company is VC fit? And again, I'm combining the other question in it, that what type of outcomes that it should expect to it should expect to see in a startup. You should expect to see in a startup.
Yep. So I think regarding that, there are different kinds of businesses, right? You have SMEs, you have startups, and all. The difference between a typical business and a startup is that a startup is scalable, and generally they are trying to challenge the norms. They are trying to do something different that will provide them with outsized returns for the founders and also for the investors that invest in them. So what do I mean by outsized returns? Usually, I guess to ask whether you are really VC fit, just ask yourself whether you have a plan to grow 100 times larger than you are, right? I mean, if you are just starting out, right, and maybe you have a certain you are hoping to raise some money from an investor, maybe when you should ask yourself that with this money that you're raising from the VC, do you have a plan to grow this money, to use this money to grow your business 100 times? And it doesn't mean that with this money you will be able to grow 100 times, but will this money help you progress on track towards eventually reaching 100 times growth, right? If right now you are 1 out of 1,000 of maybe let's say of a Facebook, eventually do you have the potential of becoming a Facebook, or at least a mini Facebook? So if you do have, then that is the kind of startup that a VC would like to support, right? Because the way that VCs work, they are not looking for SME, which is a cash flow business, right? Every month, you have you earn a certain amount of profits, and then you just grow maybe by 1 point. If you can grow maybe 10% every year, then that's good. But generally, VCs are not looking for that kind of slow, sustainable growth and just earn from the profits. That's not how they work. So that's a typical business. But I think for VCs, they are looking for hyper growth. And if you are able to tantalize the investors, the VCs, by saying that, hey, give me this amount of money, and with this amount of money, I have this plan, and to make the company grow 100 times. And by the time I reach 100 times, you'll get your reward. You'll get 100x on your investments. Then definitely that is something that's going to be exciting. And that's also when the VCs will start asking you, right? So why you, right? Why not your competitors? I can give the same money to your competitors, right? And what is it about you? And that's where you defend yourself. You say that, hey, this is my competitive advantage. This is because our founders have how many years of background experience in this, and we've done this before. We know industry better than anyone, right? We have our Harvard MBAs, we have our etc., and you defend yourself. So yeah, but the most basic question to ask yourself is whether you are a VC investable is that do you have a plan for hyper growth?
Okay, that's so pretty interesting. So the major takeaways from your thoughts is first one to ask self that if your scalability regarding scalability, and second regarding the exponential growth vision or the hyper growth vision if a startup is keeping for self. Third is about the profitability, and the fourth one is about relative competitiveness they can showcase to VCs that, okay, this is how I'm projecting myself or my startup. So what Meet Ventures offer as a VC and what they expect to see in a startup to invest?
So for Meet Ventures, when we invest our own money, we are investing in very early stage companies. So we even invest in startups that are not yet profitable. And usually at such an early stage, the most important factor for us, we don't know about the company, but there's one thing we know, which is we want to know the founders. So we invest in the founders. So if we believe in the team and we think that the team has something special about them, and generally it's the CEO. Usually we look at the CEO, we look at the core team, the co-founders, whether there's something special about them. And most of the time, there is something special about them. There is something about them that is difficult for people to duplicate. It could be their work ethic, it could be their the background, it could be things like what they have done, certain experiences that they have. So to give an example, we have a startup from Malaysia, one of our portfolio companies. She used to be the chief of staff of the former finance minister in Malaysia. She's actually even older than myself. She's in her late 40s or late 40s, I think, around 40s. So wealth of experience. So she's into starting a fitness tech startup, right? And she runs a boutique gym in KL, which is the capital city of Malaysia. So she has industry experience. She has corporate experience. She has political networks. She has networks, industry networks, and that is why we believe in her, right? And I mean, she has won some regional competitions. She came in top 3, right? Second place actually, and so that's one example. And then like the example that I gave earlier, right? Of this startup from India. So this guy, he's a scholar, right? So from India, he came to Singapore, and he's currently studying in one of the top universities in He graduated from one of the top universities in Singapore, fully paid scholarship, and he topped his one of the top in the cohort. So extremely smart person. He was studying I think engineering or something like that, but he learned how to code while university, and he built his entire MVP zero funding by himself, so without raising any funds. So I guess these things, when you see things like that, then you know that there's something special, right? It's not just about the age, but sometimes it's about the hustle. It's about the person, and when you identify people like that, you want to support them, because truth be told, whether the startup will succeed or not, there could be other factors. It could be that the team is very good. Will the startup, is there a chance that they might fail? The answer is yes, they might. But continue keeping in touch with them. Maybe the next one will be successful, right? So we never know. So I guess when we work with startups, we are really working with the founders, and we're not looking at like a short-term view. We are really looking at a long-term view, right? And supporting them in their growth, in their entrepreneurial journey.
John, it is really very inspiring to see your visionary perspective regarding startups. And so aspiring startups, it is not just about founders' background and core team structure. It is also about your USPs, what kind of social impact you're going to make, or what kind of innovative dimension you can offer to the society as a whole. So getting to the next question. So what is the evaluation process at Meet Ventures, if you are comfortable to answer?
Sure. Generally for Meet Ventures, so we are not a typical VC fund, right? We are more of an incubator. So we support very early stage startups. For For the later stage startups, generally when we work with them, it's in collaboration with another organization like a corporate or government agency. And then the corporates or the government agency or the family office, they are the ones who pump in the money. So we are more of like a deal sourcer, the intermediary. But when we invest our own money, generally there are 3 stages. So the first is that we interview them. So that's the initial stage where we get to know them. And if they pass the first interview stage, then we'll get them to join our incubator program. So during the incubator program, it's a 6-month program. That's where you really get to know them. It's, during a short 30 minutes or 1 hour interview, or maybe even over 2 interviews, it is possible to, share things and appear to, to be larger than life, right? But over 6 months, that's when you really get to know the founders. You really get to know whether there are people who live up to their word. You get to know how the team works together. You get to see their team dynamics. You get to see their commitment level. You get to see how smart they are, whether they are open to feedback. And it was only after that, towards the end of that, and that is when we make the investment decision. So 3 stage. First stage, interview. Second stage, they'll have to go through a 6-month incubation program with us. And only at the very end, then we decide to make a investment decision.
Okay, that's so cool to hear the smooth process at MV. And so startups think larger than life. And that is all the major, takeaways from John's words. And so while I would like to get back to the VC questions regarding how to build relationship with VCs, right? So because we already talked about that there are different kinds of VCs. So and at different stage, needs of the startup could be different. So in that case, how to build different, keeping all this in mind, how to build different relationship with VCs.
So I think the best way is to get to get a foot in the door, is to get a warm referral, because there are so many people reaching out to the VCs for investment money or as an investor, etc. There's no harm doing a cold email, to be honest. No harm, because if you are really able to prove your worth, they will speak with you. The VCs, the investors will speak with you. That's part of their job. So no harm. But if you want to stand out from the crowd, getting a warm referral will be useful. How do you get a warm referral? It could be by seeing whether you know anyone from the firm or anyone who knows anyone from the firm, or maybe talking to their portfolios and getting one of the portfolios to companies to make an introduction. Usually that is quite effective, because that is also one way in which if there's this belief that good people attract good people and good people hang out with good people. So usually some VCs, they even have this scout program where they get the successful founders of their portfolio companies to be scouts for them. And sometimes they do even give them like some benefits if they do introduce a startup friend, another friend of theirs who's starting a new startup to them, and if they invest, sometimes these scouts do get something as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, I guess it's really about relationships that start early, never too late. You might not be looking to get funding now, but if you can start building relationships now, it never hurts, right? One good thing about starting early as well is that you allow the VC to see your growth along the way, right? So if you meet this VC now and you tell them that 6 months later I'm going to achieve this, I'm going to achieve 5 times or like maybe like, okay, 5 times is too much, but maybe let's say you get 2 times, right? I'm going to achieve this blah 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 in 6 months time. And 6 months time, if you meet the VC again and you really achieve that, and then after that, you say that, oh, but we're not ready for funding yet. Then another 6 months, I will achieve this. And then another 6 months, you really achieve all those things. Well, the VC is going to take notice of you, right? The VC will be saying that, hey, this guy, right, or this girl, or this lady, right, really is able to deliver, what they say that they want to deliver, right? the team can perform, and then it will make it much easier, right? When it comes time that you want to raise funds. So yeah, I guess yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. So startups, if you want to stand out away from the crowd, so just never be too late to ask, and be it via referral or cold mails, and allow VC to see your growth. So John, coming back to you again, and if I'm not, as we have already mentioned that you have been invited to judge at various regional pitch competitions and also spoke at various multiple conferences. So I would like to ask you that what are some of the most common mistakes you see founders make when they approach your team?
Okay. I guess different pitch competitions, we look at different things, right? So
yeah.
But assuming that a startup is coming to ask for money, to ask for funding, I guess the number one mistake is going to a VC that is not suitable at all. What I mean by that is that if you are raising a Series A, for example, right now, right, and don't go to a a VC that invests in pre-seed or seed stage. Example. So go to the right stage of VCs, because different VCs they have different I would say investment appetites, right? Some prefer to invest at an earlier stage, some maybe at a growth stage. So if you go to a VC to for investment, to ask for investment, generally if it's not the right stage for them, they will ignore it, right? Or they won't be interested, and you'll be wasting your time. Second thing is I think one thing that most startups, they can do a very good pitch, etc. But towards the end, sometimes the valuation that they ask for is extremely high, right? And it doesn't do well. It doesn't look too good for from the perspective of the investors, and it doesn't look well on the startup as well, because then the investors will be thinking like, hey, do you really know what you are asking for, right? And what do I mean by this? So for example, if let's say the startup is new, not profitable yet, over the past 6 months, the traction, the user growth has been very, very average, and you have only been earning like maybe a couple of thousands of dollars, in revenue over the past few months, right? And if let's say you go to them and you want to raise $1 million at $10 million valuation, well, it doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, like the investors won't be too happy about that kind of valuation. So I guess being able to come up with a valuation, I think most of the people, most of the startups generally, if they have gone through certain training, they should know how to pitch. But sometimes having an unreasonable ask might spoil it. So usually VCs have, when they hear the pitch, if they like your idea, they like your team, and they hear your financials, they know how much you're earning right now and how much you're burning, how much you're spending every month. They roughly know what's the cash in and cash out. Off their mind, they'll be able to do some very quick calculations to know how much you are being valued at. So long as you give a valuation that fits within this range, generally you are safe, and they'll most likely progress your your interview to the next stage. But if it's way out, if it's out by a bit, okay, maybe it's still okay. But if it's out by too much, then that might not be very, very suitable. So to give an example of what might be a suitable range, right? Maybe if let's say you are earning like in 1 year you are earning 100,000, right, USD in terms of revenue. Then if you're asking for a valuation of maybe, or you're asking for, let's say, 10 times, right? 10 times revenue kind of valuation. I think that is still reasonable, right? So if you are asking for, about a few million, couple of million, low millions, maybe it's still okay. But if you ask for like a valuation of like 20 million, 10, 20 million, then maybe that might be too high, right? So yeah, that's just an example.
I totally agree with you, John. Though while seconding your points, I would like to convey my message to all those budding startups and aspiring entrepreneurs that go to right stage VC, and however it is subjective as it may seem, and don't keep too high valuations. That is, it is not so positive from the investor's perspective, and because they already know, right, that where you are. And while coming to the next question, so in your opinion, what are those windows of opportunity lying before these startups?
So yeah, I guess this is a golden question that everyone wants to know, right? What's the window of opportunity? I believe there are opportunities everywhere, right? The question is not so much about where is the window of opportunity or what is the window of opportunity. I think the question is which opportunities are you able to tap on? So if if you're entering into a market, an industry or a market that you are familiar with, the chances of you succeeding is higher. So to give an example, right? Now there's COVID, so travel is affected, and people are saying that wow, travel is a bad industry to get into right now. But I do know of start founders that are doing very well in the travel industry. So it might not seem like a window of opportunity, but the founders are veterans in the travel industry, and they were able to find a way to make this work, right? And how they did it is by coming up with a technology that can help hotels to cut costs in COVID, right? So in COVID times, many hotels are suffering. So they are saying that, hey, by using us, you can reduce your costs, right? So it's a new idea, but because of COVID, all the hotels are trying to cut costs. They actually supported this startup, and this startup did very well, and they managed to raise their Series A. So I guess opportunities are everywhere, right? Even in the least likely places like travel tech right now. But it's about whether you are able to, capture that particular market or the industry. Do you know it well enough, right, to be able to tap on the opportunity?
Thanks, John. It is really very easy to see the balanced perspective you keep. However, coming back to this VC question, I would like to know that what key questions VCs will ask before investing into a startup.
Okay. What key questions VCs will ask?
This is a pretty direct, I know, but still.
Okay. Yeah, I think it really depends on what stage of startups, right? If the startups are very, very early stage, probably what the VC will want to know about is more of the team, right? But if you are really looking at growth stage, and I think today's sharing session, is about expansion, right? Raising funds for expansion. So I assume that some of us in the audience today, we are all startups in the growth stage looking to expand. And if that's the case, right, if you're looking at expansion, then you're probably already past the seed stage, maybe at Series A or maybe going to a Series A or even beyond Series A. So I guess then it's the numbers, right? Yeah, it is really about the numbers, right? The numbers don't lie, right? What's your traction? How have you been growing, right? What's your growth rate every month, right? And not just your growth rate, right? But also about what's your churn rate. Are you able to retain your customers? And no point getting 10 customers in every month, but losing 8 customers per month as well, right? That's quite sad. But but if you are getting 10 customers per month, and then it's like 0 customers leaving, and then you're doing quite a good job, right? And this month you get 10, and then 6 months later you are getting like 15 new customers a month, and after you're getting 20, and there is a growth, right? It's not like stagnant growth, right? So I guess these are things that if you are at the expansion stage, you need to show numbers, right? You cannot at the start, early on in your startup journey, right? You can always paint a rosy picture. You can share your vision. You can show your passion, right? You can say that your team is very experienced. But I guess when you are at a growth stage and you are really raising funds for expansion, then that's where things get a bit more serious. They want to see your numbers. They want to see your plans for the future, your assumptions, right? Because you'll say that, hey, give me this amount of money, I'll expand into this new market or something like that, a new city or a new country, right? And I'm going to get how many customers within this amount of time. And I'll get that by doing this, right? By spending this amount of money on marketing or sales, hiring this number. And then you'll test your assumptions, right? Are you sure that spending this amount of money will get you this, right? What about all these competitors that are already there? How are you going to beat them? How are you going to differentiate from them? So that's where you'll need to focus a little more on the tangible stuff, on the numbers, and be prepared. Be prepared. I think this is a very good question that you asked, because I think many startups, when they go into an investor meeting, they might not be 100% prepared. What do I mean by 100% prepared? I mean that sit together with your team, right? Come up with every single question that you think that the investor might ask, and split the team into maybe like two, right? Half of the team can do the pitching. The other half of the team will act as the investor and just think of any way in which you can just shoot down your idea, and then try to find a way to defend it. And then after that, when you can come up with a list of this and you can come up with a good answer, this might be a good brainstorming, a way to brainstorm as well, to think of better ideas for your startup. And once you are able to do that, then I guess you are more or less prepared, right? But I think generally speaking, the two key things to take note is that if you are raising early on, right, for funds, show your passion. If you are raising for growth later on as a growth stage startup, show your numbers.
Okay. So startups, you better prep yourself, because numbers do not lie. And trust me, they know already. So coming back to my unending questions, I must say, if in your opinion, what are the most significant lesson you have learned as an investor?
Okay. So early on when I was investing, I made some mistakes. And one mistake that I made was that I invested in startups that had a lot of bling bling, right? So they won certain competitions here and there, right? They appeared on TV, they appeared on the media. And as an angel investor at that time, right, I thought that, hey, you appeared on media, you appeared on TV, you should be good, right? You won this competition, you won this hackathon, you should be good. But then, or maybe some of them even they have gone through a few different accelerator programs. So wow, you have gone through like 3 accelerator programs, you should be good, right? And so I invested my money in them, and it didn't turn out very well, right? And I think from an investor perspective, that taught me a few things. That taught me that heuristics might be important for a startup, right? Heuristics can help a startup to capture attention. It might get you the first meeting, but for seasoned investors, generally they have probably made some mistakes like I have made. So probably they'll look beyond that, right? And I guess that's something that in terms of my investment journey, mistakes that I've made. Not looking a bit at heuristics and investing based on certain decisions like that, right? That was early on in my career. And slowly I learned, which is why right now for mid ventures, before we invest, right, it's like not just an interview, but we want them to go through an incubator process. We want to get to know them over 6 months, right, to really know them before we put our money in. And once they are part of us, we really help them to grow. We really support them. We meet them, on a very regular basis, and we try our best to support them. Be it in terms of their later on fundraising, or be it in terms of their strategy discussions and stuff like that. So I think that's one. And any other lessons that I've learned, I guess also lessons that I've seen some of the startups that I've mentored, some of the startups that I've invested in. Some lessons that they told me that they have learned as well, right? And that I've seen them learning is when reaching out to investors, you have to be careful as well, right? Because not all investors are very nice. There are some investors like previously there was one, I will just give an example. There was this startup that we invested in, and they were looking for their next round of funding, right? And so the startup founder came to us, right? Because we are existing investors. So they came and they said, hey, you know, there's this other investor that wants to invest in them, right? And at that time they were doing a hardware startup. So they have they were selling the hardware, but what was powering their hardware was actually their software, right? And they were already earning $1 million revenue from their hardware sales, right? But the software, they are looking to branch out the software and focus on the software right now because of COVID, right? They didn't want to put all their bets on the hardware sales. They wanted to spin off their software. So what these other investors said is that, hey, you know, yeah, you spin off the software, I will invest in the software side of the business, and I want 20% of that, right? So for a very little amount of money, they wanted 20% of their software. And then they said that it's because, right, the software at the moment is considered idea stage. It's zero, you have zero revenue. But then after the startup came and spoke to me, I said that it doesn't make sense because your software is actually powering your hardware. Your hardware is earning $1 million. If you give the rights to the intellectual property of the software, 20% to this investor, technically this investor owns 20% of your company. So we need to be, I think when talking to investors as well, I've seen some of these things as well from other investors, and you know, I think that's one thing that startups need to be careful about. If you have existing investors, if you are a startup founder, you have existing investors, no harm, right? Getting some of your trusted investors, right, to help you to look at future investors as well, because your existing investors have already invested in you, right? So they sort of, they are most likely going to be on your side, right? And they might be able to help you to spot certain things. If deep inside you have an instinct or a gut feel that certain things are not very right, try to seek a third party opinion, right? It can prevent you from making very huge mistakes. Yeah.
So there are major takeaways as in learning from your journey. We all are, because of our experiences, we all are made out of our experiences. And however, I hope all the budding entrepreneurs and the people from the concerned domain had taken a lot from your journey, experiences, and also the words of caution. So this is the last question from my end. I hope you won't mind. What is the typical route to becoming a VC? And what are your thoughts?
So for me, my first job out of university, I was employed as a management associate at one of the government-linked VCs in Singapore. So that was how I started my journey. I'm not sure whether so I didn't have a very non-typical way of entering into this VC role. I guess for me, it was quite a typical way. I mean, I went through, my first job was that. My second job was in consulting. And then after that, I went back into a VC. I was in a blockchain VC. And then right now, I'm not doing VC. I'm back in consulting, but I do invest in some startups and all. So semi, I would guess. But I guess if let's say right now you are really looking, I mean, I'm not sure how many students or fresh grads or like early career professionals are there, or like the audience, you know, what kind of audience background there are. But if you are looking to enter into VC, I think the first question to ask yourself is why. Is it because of the money, or you know, is it because of the glam, or is it because you really just love startups, right? Or what is it? I think being very honest with yourself, right? Or why not start a startup, right? Why VC? I think that's one thing that you need to ask yourself. Secondly, you need to ask yourself what's your strength, right? And if you are someone that likes to interact with startups, you like the people feel, you prefer to work in an early stage VC or late stage VC. It's very different working in an early stage VC compared to working in a late stage VC. The late stage VC does a lot more modeling, a lot of financials, a lot of more numbers. Early stage VC, they are a bit more hands-on usually. So I guess these are things that you need to ask yourself what you like, right? Before, even within a VC space, there are different roles. And I guess, you know, VCs probably, their to get in, definitely one way is that if you know the partners and the partners like you, right? So if the partners like you, that's one way. If you build a relationship with them over the years. Sometimes if a VC is starting a new fund, right? If a VC is starting a new fund and they need expertise in a certain area, right? So for example, right now, if let's say this VC is starting a new fund in, let's say, blockchain, and you have experience in blockchain, then a very strong experience in blockchain technology, you know the technology very well, then maybe the VC might want you on board, because if you know this technology very well, you will be able to know what is good, what is not good. Or if let's say they're investing in a particular industry and you have 10 years of experience in this particular industry, right? You have been doing very well and you were like formerly the one of the innovation managers or VP of innovation in this industry, then they may want you because you will know the pain points, you will know the ins and out of this industry. So when they make investments, you will know what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. So I guess being able to specialize in certain fields and being very good in that fields could give you an edge, right, in getting into a VC, especially specialized VC. But if you want to go into a generic VC, then there are too many people applying for too few roles. So I guess you really just have to make yourself stand out. Probably, some other things you can do is get yourself more engaged in the startup ecosystem, right? How are you going to be different from everyone else, right? Have you mentored any startups, or have you even started your own startup or mentored any startups, or have you invested in any startups, or what makes you different from anyone else, right? Any of the other applicants out there. There are top applicants wanting to get into VC. So if you want to get into a VC, you need to make sure that you stand out, either from industry experience perspective, or in terms of being able to show that you really have a very strong affiliation. You have you run and you are the director of like a startup nonprofit that runs an annual event for 10,000 people. Or if you are, if you have expertise like that, then probably that's quite strong, right? Or you are a mentor at a few different accelerators for startups, right? Let's say you are a very good coder, or you are a very good salesperson, and you are mentoring startups in that particular area of sales or coding, etc., or marketing, and you have been mentoring a few, and right now you want to go into a VC space. You have a lot of founders, or another way is that you know a lot of rich people to that where you can raise the funds from, right? And you can help the VCs to support them in raising another fund. That could be that could be one as well. Yeah, many ways. I don't think I can finish it in sharing in a short session like that.
Thank you so much, John. So audience, you gotta stand out if you are aspiring for being so, and be it from industry perspective or affiliation or even slightly a philanthropic side. So you gotta tighten your belts regarding this thought-provoking discussion with self, that why going for VC, why becoming VC, your strength, your stage preference, be it early or the later stage, or that you should be having this proper grip over the domain knowledge and the know-how and expertise. So thank you so much, John, and thank you everyone for making this panel discussion so enlightening, and thanking for bearing with my never-ending questions in particular. So while as we proceed towards the end of the session, I would like to thank you once again, John, and everyone who have made this discussion so lively and interactive and insightful. On behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. And however, before as we move ahead, I would like to see that if there are any questions from the audience.
I think we don't have any questions, but we are receiving many, I think, appreciative posts from the, I would say, the attendees here, that it was a very nice discussion and they actually enjoyed listening and it was very insightful. So I think, Anisha, you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Pragya. So as I proceed ahead for our next session, I'm grateful to the speaker panel, Mr. John Lim, for sharing his insightful experience and providing valuable and enlightening perspective. And a huge thank you for letting this discussion go in an exceptional way. I would like to thank the Birla Institute of Management Technology, our host institution, and our 90+ corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partners, GNIOT Institute of Management Studies, our outreach partners, and our hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. And stay connected to know more about the Global Innovation Hubs. That is our next new discussion at 7 p.m. with our upcoming distinguished speakers. And once again, I would like to thank you, John. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Anisha. Thanks, Pragya.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. It's been really interesting listening to you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, and coming in so late. Thank you so much.
Definitely happy to do so. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have a nice day.
Bye. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left to our next session. So those who want to take bio breaks, you're most welcome to go ahead. For the others, we are still here and taking you on ahead for the next session. We have people coming in from Canada. We have people coming in from Israel, and we also have a person in from France. So this day, you must have seen that you are looking at the global perspective. So we had everybody coming in from different countries. So John was from Singapore. So he was talking about most of the perspectives, but you must have seen that when you look at it from the angel as well as the VC perspective, most of the questions and their outlook remains more or less the same. The countries might differ, but the investor perspective doesn't make much of it. There's not much of a difference across the different countries. But the cultural environment and the financial environment in most countries do differ, as you must have realized when we had people from Hong Kong, Ireland, and Austria discussing about the different tax compliances and the way the things happen in their countries. So in the next session, like I said, we have our speakers coming in from France, Canada, and Israel. So keep posted, we'll be starting the session in a minute or two. So yes, we have our speakers joining in. So we have Aymeric who has joined in and Harry who is there. So, hi.
Greetings, everyone.
Hi, Aymeric.
So what time is it in France, Aymeric?
It's 2:30. That's a completely good schedule.
And
I
Harry,
think
you're
Dr.
up
Hari
early?
Sharma is a bit worse
Harry
off.
has joined us. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Please, I'm interrupting. You were saying something, Aymeric?
Then I was just saying that probably Dr. Sharma is a bit worse off than I am regarding the schedule.
So Aymeric has joined us from France and Harry is joining us from Canada. So early morning for you, Harry?
Yeah, it's about 8:30, so not that early. It's okay. Acceptable.
Still acceptable, huh? So we're just waiting for Shai to join us from Israel. I guess he should be joining in a minute or two. So in the meantime, I hand it over to Pragya. Pragya, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you for joining in, Aymeric and Harry. And we're waiting for Shai and Divya ma'am as well, who will be moderating the session for today.
Yeah, no, thank you, Pragya, for inviting us. Looking forward to a very engaging conversation with the panel, and we've enjoyed our partnership with your team already, and looking forward to many more.
Sure. Looking forward to many more such programs this year. I would say this is just the beginning for us, and we'll do many more programs.
Fantastic, yeah.
So in the meanwhile, I'll just play a short video of our incubation center for all the attendees who have just joined us, and maybe they can have a virtual tour of our incubation center. So just allow me a second to play the video.
BIMTECH has a profound legacy in the values of our founders. We stand not only for creating economic and commercial success, but also for social impact.
I've been engaged with AIC BIMTECH since its foundation. The life cycle journey of AIC BIMTECH has been thrilling in a way.
I have been associated with in a variety of ways. I have been a person who's talked to various budding entrepreneurs on their projects, how to start their projects off, the difficulties they face, the kinds of problems they have in scalability, and other such issues.
Thank you so much for viewing this short video of ours. And now I would just hand it over to Abhinav.
Thank you, Pragya. I think we are waiting for Shai. He's yet to join.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll check with him.
Yeah, sure. But thanks to the diverse panel that we have today for this particular session, we are looking forward to a very engaging conversation, and specifically a very knowledgeable conversation, because I mean, as far as the audience itself is concerned, that we have seen this one specific thing, that the awareness regarding the opportunities the startups usually have on a global scale is something which is quite missing. So I hope that however today's session goes, in whichever direction, it gives and brings a lot of insights regarding, what should be a good approach for anyone who is looking at an international market, what kind of support structure, what kind of possibilities, collaborations, and whatnot. So we have Dr. Divya also with us. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Divya. Nice to have you here.
Good evening, Dr. Rahul. Good to see you.
Absolutely. So since morning, we have had quite a few panelists coming in from different parts of the globe.
That's
so
right.
Starting off early in the morning with the deputy head of mission from Israel to India. And then we had people from various other parts like Singapore and Korea, Hong Kong. So all parts of the country, globe, talking about the different things that they have in their own country, and like what is the best place to go, why it is the best place to go. So this final session of this day, we are really looking forward to hear from Americ, Harry, and Shai through you, Divya. I mean, your questions are the ones which are going to bring out the whole perspectives from all these people.
Right. So, right. I'm sure, we'll have a great panel discussion today.
Yes. Yes, Pragya.
Sorry. Abhinav, maybe you can start. Shai is just joining in. He's just struggling with his Zoom link for the webinar, so he'll just join in.
Okay. So I'll get on with the introduction so that he makes it, during the time of the
yes,
session.
and I'm just helping him on that. Okay.
Sure. So starting today's session, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before initiating the session, I would like to welcome all the participants, those who have just joined us and those who have been consistently soaking in each session for the last 2 days. Also, a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests, dignitaries, and all the panelists present today. I am Abhinav Singh Rawat, and on behalf of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH, I feel privileged to welcome and thank each one of you for being gathered here as a part of a special event, Amalgam 2.0, committed to connecting entrepreneurial stakeholders. This event is special because it marks the 4th anniversary of AIC BIMTECH. Now, returning back to our panel discussion on global innovation hubs, this session is going to explore the ecosystem developed globally for the entrepreneurs to leverage the best of different geographies. So how to start towards making your idea global, if not universal, and what support awaits in this journey. So to answer some of these questions, we have a panel of eminent speakers who have kindly made themselves available today. So without any further delay, I would like to briefly introduce them, starting with, I think I can start with Shai if Shai is there. He's not, so maybe I'll introduce him at the end. So we have with us Harry Sharma, who leads the Innovation Hub at Carleton University and is accountable for the overall success of the unit, including supporting and scaling student-led ventures and creating a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship at the university. For over 15 years, Harry has contributed to strengthening Canada's innovation ecosystem, including spearheading the development of a new innovation framework and an index to analyze the impact of automation technologies and the future of work. In his previous roles, Harry has led the development and deployment of corporate performance frameworks, strategic plans, acceleration programs for Canadian startups, and socio-economic impact initiatives. Thank you, Harry, for joining us today in this panel.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and having me here.
We are also joined by Emeric Pongo, who is currently Associate Director within HEC Paris Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, working on programs such as Incubator HEC Paris or Creative Destruction Lab Paris. Starting from an initial background in engineering and material sciences, he has spent years exploring the intricacies of the food industry, from working as a chef in Michelin-starred restaurants to practicing culinary innovation, from doing research in food behavior to supporting food tech startups. After contributing to the launch of the Station F startup campus in Paris, he is today helping deep tech ventures focusing on climate and sustainability. Thank you, Emeric, for joining us today.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm glad to be there.
I think I'll introduce Shai and then we can move on to the moderator. So Shai, who is going to join us, is a multidisciplinarian with a rich, wide range academic and professional background. Shai has practiced law and performed scientific research and headed several organizations, projects, and ventures. At his current position as CEO of Biohouse, Shai is establishing a biomedical community connecting medical centers, entrepreneurs, and strategic partners of industry and investment. Finally, we have the suited moderator for this Power Pack panel, Dr. Divya Rajput, CEO of JSS STEP. Dr. Rajput is a highly resourceful, motivated, and enthusiastic professional with 21 years experience in corporate, higher education, and government. As a startup evangelist, she has mentored more than 600 entrepreneurs and built capacity of more than 200 incubator managers. She is focused on providing early launchpad to women-led startups. And with this, I would like to turn the stage over to Dr. Rajput to take the discussion ahead. Over to you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you so much, Abhinav. And thank you, AIC BIMTECH, for organizing this wonderful Amalgam 2.0 event. And I welcome all my panelists here today. And I'm sure we will bring out the best, which the audience is looking forward to listen from each one of you. So my obvious question to each one of you, and Harry, I guess we'll start with you. What is the role of global innovation hubs for startups?
That's a very, very appropriate question, I think, for the times that we're living in. I think over the last few decades, there has been, globalization has really been now first really good for the world, and then we saw its shortcomings. I think the role that the global innovation hubs like ours, from the panelists here, are going to be playing a very significant role in kind of turning that narrative, right? where local issues, local challenges are at the heart of the what I hope will be called globalization 2.5 or 3.0, whatever, where we're now looking at how do we bring global talents together to address local issues, providing that context, those nuances that are required by local communities. And there are no better places to have those conversations, those safe places for those individuals from different communities. And diversity and inclusion will be a key part of it, where we have those conversations, and then through entrepreneurship and through the great founders in our own ecosystems, we can bring them together, show them the opportunities, help them with better understanding the cultural nuances, the economic opportunities, and address the global issues that we will continue to face. I think we're all still emerging from this pandemic. If it has done anything, it's shown us that the world is and will continue to be interconnected and truly collaborative, right? So if we can gather around and really start putting this context around where global innovation hubs are the future of global economies, we are building the foundations of the next sort of paradigm on addressing global markets and while addressing local market issues. To me, Dr. Rajput, that's the way to look at it. This is what we're all in it for. This is what drives me and my team at Carleton University. And we are so much looking forward to, we're already partnering with many of you, but we do look forward to partnering with many more of you so that we can do this together.
Perfect. Sounds so good. Hari, thank you so much for mentioning the collaboration word, because like you rightly said, one thing COVID-19 has taught us is that competition is, maybe good for just Pepsi and Coke. But then when it comes to, solving real world problems, that's what startups do so well. It's more about collaboration. So thank you so much for highlighting that. Couldn't have been better. Yes. And I will come back to you, but I'd like to, ask Emeric the same question. So what do you see as the role of global innovation hubs?
Thank you, Dr. Rajput, for the question. Well, Ari already told a lot about something. We probably have a shared vision of what it is, so I'll try not to be too redundant. But I think you rightly said that all existing technologies or existing problems are not in a vacuum, and that really all of the value chain are really intertwined, and we see this complexity applying to many different industries, many different use cases. And I don't think that's something that it bears repeating, but it's not a surprise for anyone that that any change or any alteration, any improvement on any part of those chain will have really tremendous impacts on neighboring industries or neighboring locations. But I think more specifically, the role of a hub is really simply an extension of the job that is carried by existing startup support ecosystem. It's simply there is an added friction to the complexity of the issue being tackled, and collaboration always adds a level of complexity in all those problems. And so it's just like doing the job of a typical startup support structure with extra steps and with extra complexity. And I think we should not forget what is the role of that structure, which is really, the accelerator word, lost a bit of its meaning, but it's really all about speed. And I believe that our role is really to accelerate and to help all of the venture go faster in what they need to do. And I believe that really comes down to two big topics, which are first, arbitration, and really be able to validate or invalidate hypotheses as fast as possible. And second one is execution. And really, once you have a concrete roadmap and once you are really trying to operate at a very local level, then have all of the resources that you need to go faster and to be able to unlock all of those situations that you will need at a very concrete level. So I think once we manage to solve those issues that we already know how to manage at a local level with local entrepreneurs. We need to take that expertise and just push it one step further by adding some extra complexity in collaboration with, let's say, either international issues or with international entrepreneurs.
Right. That's very interesting perspective, of course, especially when you talked about, execution and how entrepreneurs could be, sharing resources. So that's definitely a very interesting perspective. And we'll come back to you. And I can see Shai has joined us. Welcome, Shai. And I am your moderator here. So, we have started to delve upon a very simple, issue, or I would say a very simple question, which is, how do you see, the role of global innovation hubs evolving for startups? So what are your thoughts about it?
Hi, nice to see you all. I'm Shai Meltzer from Biohouse, and apologize for the technical difficulties. Thank you for having me. And I think that, I represent the biomedical sector, and for us, the global outlook on innovation is very, very straightforward. The biomed sector per se is a very global sector to begin with, and innovation within biomed startups is global from day one. This is something that we preach to all the people that we work with, to all our members, to all the partners that we work with. This is their bread and butter. So for us, doing global innovation is the only way to do innovation, because the products are sold on international markets. Cross-continent interactions are a must-have, regardless of where you start your innovation. And coming from Israel, which is an essential non-market in the biomedical sector, all innovators here go global from day one. And so what we see as the main indication of a global innovation hub is the way that it physically interacts with partners all over the globe. And some of the partners here today on the panel are people that I've been in touch with and worked with, and very gladly so. And for us, it's second nature. This is something that we do just to get by on our day-to-day business.
Right. So you precisely, touched upon the same as Harry said, the important word called collaboration. So yes, it is definitely going to be a world of collaboration. So coming back to you, Harry, how can entrepreneurs get access to the global innovation hubs? Cannot hear you. You'll have to unmute. Harry, you'll have to unmute. Yes.
Yeah, I said all my best jokes, so I am done for the day.
Okay. No, we can go back. Yeah, we'll have to take a rewind and listen to you again. Go on.
What I was saying is that I think the current times are probably the best times to be an entrepreneur around the world. I think governments around the globe have recognized the importance of entrepreneurship. It's not something, at least in my role, there's rarely a meeting where I go into where I have to convince the other side that entrepreneurship is the way of the future, right? So what that has meant is that there is plenty of investments that have gone into the support ecosystem for entrepreneurship. What that has meant is there are incredible innovation hubs like ours, and there's so many wonderful partners that we work with who have adequate expertise now, who have adequate funding levels, they have adequate infrastructure to provide to their entrepreneurs. And I think the fact that we're having this conversation through BIMTECH is another indication that global innovation hubs have learned to work together and have learned to really feed off of each other's value, right? So we know what the synergies are, how can we bring value to the global ecosystem, and how can we extract value from the global innovation ecosystem. So to more specifically answer your question, how can an entrepreneur access global innovation hubs? Please get associated with your local hub, wherever you are. If you're at a university, please go and talk to the to the folks at your university innovation hub. If you're a professional, you're working and you have hopes and aspirations, please go and talk to your local economic development cell. Most of them would very happily guide you towards their innovation hub. I believe there's an opportunity for everyone, and I'll just end with one thing. Even if you do not right now want to be an entrepreneur, if you're just not sure if starting your own venture is the way to go, regardless, please go and talk to an innovation hub in your neighborhood, because entrepreneurship is more than just starting a business. It's a mindset. It's how can you deliver the most value and reach your full potential with the resources that you have at your disposal, and deploy your skills and competencies. So this is a message that I try to disseminate as often as I can, because a lot of the times those who have not yet experienced entrepreneurship find it intimidating to start their own business. And what I would say is, let that not be a barrier for you to get connected to the Innovation Hub ecosystem. Please do so. You never know what opportunities await you. Let's get started, and we are all there to help them.
Perfect. That sounds so good. So, Harry, in continuation for this, would you also like to talk about how your organization has built a supportive, entrepreneurship ecosystem, and talk to us about the startup practices there?
Absolutely. So, being a university-based innovation hub, obviously our main stakeholders are our student-led. Students in general. We have a student population of about 35,000 students, and our hopes and aspirations are to work with at least half of them in any given year. So what that has meant is we've developed programming for across the spectrum of the innovation continuum. Starting from ideation, we have a program called the Global Changemaker Program, and that is for any student who just wants to explore what is out there for them. How can they get engaged with something? So that's very much an ideation phase program. Students do not end up launching a business out of it. All they do is get a great idea that resonates with them and that solves a global issue or opportunity that they're trying to address. After that, if students are convinced that they would like to take that idea that they came up with, they would like to turn that into a prototype or an MVP, then we have a program called Hatch. That program is our so-called pre-incubation program, which really provides a lot of guidance and mentoring and funding for participants to move to that stage of the continuum. I'm making it sound like it's linear. It's not. I mean, we have a lot of feedback loops built in, but just for the sake of simplicity, I'm gonna talk about all the programs as a linear programming, but it's not so linear. So after the Hatch program, we have a program called Launch, and the idea is there the MVPs and the prototypes that were developed as part of the Hatch program now get the support and the infrastructure they require to actually become proper ventures, which means they get incorporated, which means they get training on intellectual property rights, on sales strategies, on finding customers, product market fit, and all of that. So that's kind of the incubation program, the main incubation program that we have. And the last programming in that very not so linear, but explained in a linear way programming is our breakthrough program. That's an acceleration program. This is the program that has the most mature startups who have global ambitions, and they get opportunities for soft landing stunts that they can do. We have global supports in place. We have a presence in Dubai. We have partners in India. We have partners in Europe. So the idea is any of those companies that are coming out of the ecosystem can now actually grow into other markets. You have to remember, to Shai's point, Canada is also a fairly small market when it comes to selling your product, right? We're only a 35 million people country. So a lot of the times these startups, if they are to be, I know Shai, you're even smaller than Israel is even smaller than Canada, but the broad point is, by default, our companies have to be global. So as I was explaining that linear chart, even in the Changemaker program, the seeds are sown for global expansion, right? We never tell them that they only need to focus on their local markets. However, we do make sure that they understand their local issues, and then they grow from there. Because if the passion and the resonance that needs to exist for an entrepreneur to really feel passionate about that, they're not going to succeed as entrepreneurs. So we try to make sure that they are really entrenched in something that they are about to get on a journey on. So very long-winded way of saying we have tons of programming, tons of support, and help students and community businesses throughout the spectrum. I hope that was helpful. Yeah.
Right. So true. And thank you so much for sharing that. I mean, I'm sure it's giving a lot of our, incubators and entrepreneurs a lot of ideas. So thank you for saying that. So coming back to you, Shai. How do you support innovation and startup practices, and how can entrepreneurs get access to the global innovation hubs?
Yeah, so Biohouse, being in the medical field, boasts the value of connecting the member companies that work here at our R&D spaces and companies that receive services, even though they work from remote areas. We connect them first and foremost to healthcare systems. So we work with medical centers and HMOs in Israel and abroad, in the States, in Australia, in Europe, and other places. Connecting them to the medical systems is basically bringing them to the endpoint customers. And so we do that for ideation reasons and for validation reasons. We also make strategic connections to either investors or the industry, which is also very important in the biomedical industry from day one, because many times you get a very good reality check for your technologies, which is X market. So not only the end user will tell you whether or not your technology is worthy of integration into a health system, and anywhere in between a patient and a healthcare provider, but also whether or not the market can accept it for a variety of reasons. And of course, connecting to investors and such, and bringing other experts to consult, because the biomedical industry, technology development wise, is, I think it's fair to say, it's by far the most complex due to regulatory constraints and business model constraints and others. And so the number of specialists that are involved in the development process are very, very large, and they're very diverse. So we make all these connections on top of supplying R&D spaces to make them more available, et cetera. And I totally agree with what Harry said. I mean, I think that in order to do all this and be global, you really have to work connecting with other hubs. And so if you're anywhere around the globe and you want to be connected globally, you should go to the hub nearest to you, the hub closest to you. It's their job to be global. And the biomedical industry being global in its essence, because even if you're a startup that's expanding, put the innovation hubs aside, if you're a startup that's expanding and you're doing scale up in the process and in the business, and you're going to start working in another country, you're not really going to be sending your people to work in another country. You're going to be hiring locals to do that for you. They need to be connected to the local ecosystems. They need to be connected to regulatory, to the state, to the business, to the banks. They need to be locally connected. So this is true for pretty much any business going global. And I think that when you're in an innovation hub, it's no different, only it's much more important, because you're not only doing it for your business, you're doing it for many, many other customers. And so we work with dozens of companies and we connect them globally. What we do is we connect with other people that do this type of work. So connecting these two things together, this is how we provide the access for our member companies.
Right. And do you also provide support in compliances, meeting compliances, as well as because, the gestation period for biomedical is typically longer. So for these startups, the gestation period is longer. So what all support do you give when it comes to, meeting compliance and all other stuff?
Absolutely, that's absolutely right. There is no element in biomedical development that we do not touch. So be it a biopharma company or a med tech company or digital health company, we will bring regulatory consultants, IP specialists, product developers, business model developers, people that will do all the reimbursement planning, et cetera, et cetera. We bring all these into the picture so that even at day one, especially at day one, when you're starting to develop your product and you really don't want to reach they go back to the drawing board point too late in development. You want to have as much information as you can in the beginning, and we rely on our own staff to do that. So we know each and every company that we work with, and even though that we ourselves are not the specialists in each and every of these aspects, we will know what type of person should be brought into the picture at any given point. And that's why we're very flexible. We work with early stages as well as mid and late stage, with all the relevant points. So we will type in all those factors for our members.
Sure, point taken. Thank you so much. So coming back to you, Emeric. So how can entrepreneurs approach your Global Innovation Hub, and what are the support services you provide to them?
A lot. Just maybe to take a step back to everything that has already been said, I think we are so immersed in that ecosystem that we sometimes forget how young everything that we do is, how young the job is, how young the expertise that exists is. And so just a point to say that we are still writing the playbook as we go, and we are still defining a bit the rule of the game. And this is why this is such a fast-moving ecosystem, because we are basically all together, more or less collaboratively, but creating something new, and we are just basically designing an organic process of building that global ecosystem. So this is something that explains why the knowledge of how to navigate that ecosystem is often found in one part of the network, and this is really basically a node theory. Like you start from one node, and from that node, you can move to the next one or to a couple of steps along. Even if the entire system is moving fast, having at least one stable node that can reconnect you in different industry, different location, will really help navigate the system. And that just tied back to everything that Ari and Shai already said, but really finding that node next to you will be the most valuable resource. And I think that also something that connects with the fact that since it's such a young industry in general, we are seeing very high level of specialization, and it's changing fast. So you cannot just be a generalist, let's say, player with a stable model. We are always evolving what we do. We are always refining the degree of specialization that we apply to the various industries, to the type of projects. All of our programs are evolving fast. And I think given this hyper specialization, it really becomes a global playing field, because once you become specialized enough, you become top of your game at a global level, because there are only a handful of people being able to do what you do on that particular niche. So I think that one of my recommendations to access this ecosystem would be to refine as much as possible the degree of specialization in the support that you need, the degree of a niche that your industry you are targeting is. And the more you're specialized, the easier it will be to find, even to choose a country in which you should go, because starting at just a broad industry level, you are just faced with the problem of too many choices. And just to connect that with your question on ecosystem resources and designing it, I think since this is such a living network ecosystem, it's basically fractal. So it works at a global level and it works at a local one with an ecosystem of resources, which is, as for any community, it needs to be a place where you basically have a win-win situation for all parties involved. And the added challenge to that is that most of the value of a startup lies in the future. And so since everything lies in the future, that means that it's very tough to bring it back to present value and to have monetary involvement at the same level for compensation. So this is why, speaking for our situation, we try to have an ecosystem in which most of the value that people involved in that support ecosystem is not monetary. So all of our mentors are doing pro bono work, but they could get their value from this ecosystem by being also investors, so they get access to early data about startups. They can be people that use the knowledge. We work with professors that can use data set generated by startup to create research and to publish papers. So we find many ways to use current value of startup dissociated from their future monetary value. And I think this is really a good way to build this ecosystem by finding the right incentive for everyone to contribute and to be aligned on the success all of the venture involved. And I think to really wrap up that topic, one aspect on which we put a lot of emphasis is really the aspect of circularity, not at a venture level, but really our entire ecosystem should be circular, meaning that venture that go through it, by the end, once they have an exit event, should become the next mentor that come back to contribute to ecosystem, should be the one to invest in the early stage venture. And when we have, like, let's say the 1 in a million success, could even be, since I'm working also for a university-based entrepreneurship center, could be the donors that finance new entrepreneurship centers, that finance new program, and having everyone involved at their own level with their own expertise and resources, re-inject everything into the system. For example, having a startup pledge to give part of their earnings to a foundation that can generate new early stage startup programs is something that really creates a lot of value. And for startup, I think that's really an ecosystem in which everything that we address has to be long-term. You cannot be you cannot make a quick buck on building a startup ecosystem. It is something that lasts years or decades. And given that long-term view, we need to think about how that system is self-sustainable and can be resilient when faced with unpredicted changes.
I absolutely loved your circularity concept. That's, I think, very innovative, and I'm sure, our participants here in India will take cues from there. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'll come back to you, Harry, now. Why don't you cite us a few examples? I mean, talk to us about some of your startups who are working in the Innovation Hub, and especially, talk to us about those who are solving some global challenges. Never mind, we'll wait for you.
Oh, I've learned how to unmute myself now. It's no, that's thank you for asking that. And because we're a university-based innovation hub, and thank you, Emmerich, for highlighting that very important fact that circularity is of utmost importance, because budgets in universities are I know we're being recorded, so I'll be very diplomatic about it. Budgets are always, very equitably allocated. And so the more endowments and supports we can receive from the successes that we see through the Innovation Hub is very important. And it's a virtuous cycle, right? So the better support system we provide, the more successful our companies will be. And to Emmerich's point, then they'll come back and become mentors and hopefully endow some actual dollars and finances with us. So a couple of successes. our companies have really tended to be in the sort of the advanced technology space over the last few years. Many of them are using AI and sort of all sorts of advanced algorithms to serve a purpose. One of them is addressing the absolute sheer absurdity of the apparel and clothing industry, where wastage is just through the roof. More than 50% of all the apparel and clothing that's fabricated, that's manufactured in the world, actually ends up in landfills with very, very low regards to biodegradability and recycling. So what they're trying to do is actually apply AI to help not just the manufacturers, but also the consumers, right? A lot of the times what happens is companies assume that certain numbers or certain sizes of clothing will be sold, and then it just doesn't happen because they made wrong assumptions about the sizes and all of that. So they are trying to help bridge that gap where they're going to be providing more consumer oriented information to manufacturers, so the manufacturers know what to actually manufacture for. And then on the consumer side, they will now get better fitted and better suited clothing that meets their needs. So the reason they are going global already, they're working out of the UK as of right now, is because depending on which regions of the world you are, the physical sort of characteristics of consumers change, their height, their weight, and all of that. So they are now working with some of the largest clothing and apparel, not only just manufacturers, but also the sort of the fast fashion industry players on ensuring that the wastage from that industry goes down a lot. Well, a lot is a relative term, but at least they're trying to address that wastage that happens.
Sure, absolutely, I get that. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that example. I think that's quite a relevant example. Much bigger, global problem, with textiles and apparels, of course. So again, but I think that's again going to be reducing the waste to the landfill. So one way that we Indians believe in, effective waste management is to eliminate waste by design. So yeah, that's absolutely one of the good things your startup is doing. Coming to you, Shai. And we are approaching the closure time. So this has to be typically a 45-minute panel discussion. So I am going to now rush through. And, Shai, this one is for you. So what are your thoughts on developing better global innovation hubs to attract startups from different parts of the world?
Okay, so I'll really connect this to what we said before, because if global innovation hubs really do their job properly, they will be well connected to other innovation hubs elsewhere. And so I don't think that deploying some sort of a complex network of hubs around the world is the way to go about it. I think that if everybody knew their own local ecosystem well enough and spoke global, i.e. we're in touch in a very good way, there was an international innovation language between the different hubs, that would allow for you to physically attract the companies to work with you, and they would be vis-a-vis connected to the other parts of the world. I think that's the best way to go about it. You're always well familiar with what's around you.
So what I understand you saying is standardizing the terminologies we use across the innovation hubs.
Which, by the way, I think is being done pretty well. I think that we met, I was in Korea meeting people from 7 other locations around the world. It's amazing how close the terms were.
Of course, so true, so true. Thank you so much for saying that. Coming to you, Emeric. So why don't you cite a very interesting startup which is, solving a global challenge?
A very tough question because there are so many topics that we should be addressing. But and to come back to the point, like we have been trying to create more specialized really programs to dedicate, but one of the most recent one is that we've co-designed a program dedicated on the future of agriculture and food production with a pilot farm not far from Paris. And which is very interesting that we see the global issue today of moving from an agriculture which is driven by inert chemicals, and that is to an agriculture that needs to regenerate soil health and to become a bio-agriculture, so really based on the living. And for that, we are supporting actually two companies. One of them is basically developing specific fungi strains to re-inject into the soil to re-energize the biodiversity in that soil through the fungi ecosystem that can then have many little ramifications to help support the ecosystem. And the second one is actually tackling the big issue of antibiotics in all of the poultry farms, shrimp farms, everywhere in the world, which are becoming really rampant issues. And they are developing bacteriophage strains, so basically virus attacking bacteria as an alternative solution to tackling them through typical antibiotics. So we see both of those startups are really coming back to the drawing board by saying we start from the living organism that we can leverage to replace all of the existing chemical or let's say almost pharmaceutical industry that is involved in the current food agriculture industry.
Right, right. I hear that. So there is a question on the chat box. I can read it, and if you would like to go turn by turn, we'll do that. So Mr. Praveen Kapoor wants to know, what do you suggest if any startup from India wants to do feasibility study first before entry into new market in your country? So Emmerich, would you like to go first with this?
Yeah, sure. I'll try to be brief so that you can respect your schedule. But I think it's always a question of is that country just another step on your global march to, let's say, global hegemony, or is it that you're choosing that country because it's this very strategic milestone in your road? And that's what I already said, but repetition is the mother of learning. Really focus on the niche that you're targeting, and if you believe that you have chosen that country because they are world-class in any aspects of what you are, of the value you are delivering, it's almost half of the job of doing that feasibility study before that, because you are at the level of arbitrating between countries or between continents before asking a question of how you would tackle that particular country, which is where we come in. But coming to us with a dedicated plan and knowing why you're actually applying and why you think it's more relevant to come to France rather than Israel or Canada is really answering half of the question.
Sure, point taken. Well said. Harry, do you have a suggestion?
Look, I'm an entrepreneur myself. I come from a let's be nimble, let's just try it out. And if it doesn't work, fast fail and do it better time, right? I love our consulting colleagues. I think they do a fantastic job in doing a lot of feasibility studies and all of that. But what I would say is as an entrepreneur, just go into that market, get to know some of the partners in there, find out what it is that resonates with you, and go in there. I mean, I'm not suggesting don't do your due diligence. Obviously, you've got to do that, but please do not spend thousands and thousands of dollars working for a very fancy consulting firm to figure out whether there's enough market for you. Again, we don't have a lot of time, but just remember there was a study done back in the day which said there might be 100 computers around the world, done by a very reputable consulting firm. So that's the level of feasibility studies sometimes that you get. So please, if you're an entrepreneur, go out there and try to make it work.
And be there in person.
Shai, do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, well, again, I'm from the biomedical world. It just doesn't work that way at all. So you don't choose a market and enter. The Via Dolorosa on the way to any new market is just so difficult. You better well plan ahead. people actually make strategic planning for regulatory compliance for their products years ahead. And so this is not really a relevant question in my market. But I will say that that also goes to the question as to global challenges, because the entire biomedical field deals with global challenges day in, day out. And so we're very glad to have companies here that aim for multiple markets at a time when they go to change the way clinical trials are conducted, how antibiotic resistant bacteria are being diagnosed or detected, how different communication systems are set up properly for medical services, et cetera, et cetera. So the multi-market factor is always built in at a very early stage to begin with.
Right, right. Point taken. Thank you so much for saying that. So I'd like to now pass back to the host, BIMTECH. So would you like to step in now for your quick comments, and if there are any further expectations or any questions you'd like to ask here?
No, ma'am. I think we have brought the session to a very interesting, conclusive, ending. I mean, the hopes from this particular session was more towards what key takeaways could possibly the startups have. But rather than that, we are, we have been more in the learning scenario, when now we have more clarity about what to do or what the roadmap should be in case if we want to be such a hub. So it has been a great learning experience, this panel discussion actually. Ma'am, would you like to add on something to it?
Oh, it's been an absolutely amazing session. And like Abhinav said, it's been more of a learning for us also, along with the startups. So definitely looking forward to collaborating more and working together, because like what Merrick said, that collaborations are the need of the day. You just have to do it. So yes, thanks Shai, thanks Harry, thanks Merrick, and Divya, thank you so much. I mean, it's been a pleasure having you there. So over to you, Pragya.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to thank all the panelists here and Divya ma'am for such an amazing session. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think one question for Shai is here. If Shai, you would like to answer that.
Yes, what is the question?
So this is from a startup named Air Buddy, and they're developing organic air purifier. And he wants to ask you that, being in the sector of biomed, what opportunities or collaboration can we look forward from Biohouse in terms of R&D and investment?
Well, the different companies we work with have different requirements. So this is a very idiosyncratic question. We really do go into the details of each and every project. We understand what they need on the infrastructure side. We have labs, we have space here, but people don't travel the world to use other people's labs. So I don't know if that's the relevant side. And we do make strategic connections, not only to investors, but to the industry and specialists and people that could help focus the product and the market per se. So it really goes down to the question of, why would you go outside your own local market in order to enter someone else's? We do see that quite a bit in medical technologies, where people want to use the validation systems of the big Israeli HMOs that are much larger health systems than other places in the world, not unlike the NHS, but way more concentrated and focused than the NHS, which is a little bit dispersed. And so we do work with people from out of the country that come to do medical validations. I wonder if that case would be justifiable for an agriculture or a bioorganic product, but you never know.
Thank you so much, Shai. And now I would just hand it over to my colleague Abhinav to please conclude the session.
I'll just give the concluding remarks and we'll bring it to the end. So on behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants present here since the afternoon for accepting our invitation and being so supportive. I'm definitely grateful to the speakers in the panel, Shai, Harry, Merrick, for sharing your perspectives and providing the crisp and valuable insight, which is also feasible for us. And a huge thank you to Dr. Rajput for moderating the panel discussion in such an exceptional manner. With that, I would like to thank Birla Institute of Management Technology, our host institute, and our 90+ corporate and academic partners. Special thanks to our session partners, Mangalmay Group of Institutions, and our outreach partners and hosting partners, Zoom and Zoho. With that, we can bring this session to conclusion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining.
Thank you, IC, for the invitation.
Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay. So for the participants who are still there, I have just a few remarks that tomorrow we are going into the phase of acceleration. You have heard about the 3 days that we have had. So first starting with ideation, then on to go-to-market and revenue creation. And today we talked about global expansion. And tomorrow is the final day, which talks about acceleration. So hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good night.